Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to all of you around the world to the Oxford debate. I hope you can see and hear me well, and I hope you're well wherever you are. First of all, I would like to thank sincerely to all of you for making a real difference in the field of academia, despite all the odds and all the challenges that we've been facing for the past year. And this deserves the highest awards, and some of you will be receiving those later on during the course of today's proceedings. I would like to say a few words about the Oxford debate and the Academic Union. The Academic Union is a global organization based in the United Kingdom, in Oxford, where we normally have our events at the historical town hall as well as at our academic lounge. However, because of the pandemics, we have to do it remotely, and I appreciate very much that you've gone through a little bit more effort to deal with technology that we know sometimes works, sometimes doesn't, but I can see a great turnout today. So the aim of the debate is to provide you a global platform for exchange of academic ideas, experience, share to the world your most recent achievements, so we can move forward towards building the great university of the future. A few facts about the debate. As I said, we normally hold it in Oxford. And we've done already over 100 of events since we first initiated the Academic Union back in 2006. The Academic Union now consists, and I'm very pleased to say, of over 150 universities from 50 different countries. We play an active role in the nations, providing advice on accessible education throughout the world. We also set up faculties for various international institutions at the heart of academia in the UK, in Oxford, at our hometown. We organize numerous lectures, trainings, conferences in the UK as well as abroad, publish books. You can see perhaps one of our recent books that's been published on outstanding individuals in academia, and it's also accompanied with historical paintings and history of awards. That is available at Waterstones, and that also you can obtain a copy from us directly. We also have a speakers bureau with over 50 Oxford University as well as other British university academics who are available to provide advice as well as travel to give visiting lectures. But that's all in a nutshell about the Academic Union and the debate. I think the event is most of all today about you, and I'm really great to see so many academics from so many countries, outstanding academics, I must add. So one of our aims is to recognize your achievement and encourage you, of course, to make a real difference in the field of science and academia. I have one more role to play at this event, which is our award ceremony. I would like to now introduce our honorary title, the Professor of the Academic Union, which is presented to outstanding academics throughout the world, most deserving individuals for their great input into modern society. The title is a symbol of world recognition, and candidates are chosen based on the following criteria, and that is preparation and advanced professional training for postgrads and doctorate, establishment of various academic departments, development of innovative projects, development of new and existing theories in science, technology, and economics, publishing monographs, textbooks, and learning materials, as well as your participation in world. Of course, we do a very rigorous research through other sources that are available freely. It is my absolute honor now to present the title of the Honorary Professor of the Academic Union here in Oxford to Professor Charles Akechukwu Azimone, the Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University in Nigeria. Professor Azimone is the first professor of pharmaceutical microbiology in southern Nigeria. His vector antiviral screening technique, developed in Germany, has revolutionized combating against HIV around the world. We sincerely congratulate you, Professor Azimone, with the honorary title of Professorship of the Academic Union in Oxford. I would like to move on to our next distinguished academic, Dr. Mamad Msegi Gigo. I apologize for my pronunciation. Msimi Higo, the Vice Chancellor of Kampala International University from Uganda, who's been doing a wonderful job in academia, advancing studies, and he's developing his university in Uganda. We're very much pleased, sir, to grant you the honorary title of a professorship. That gives a lot more opportunities, I hope, for you to, on your path to advancing education in Uganda and around the world. I'm now pleased to announce and grant you the honorary professorship title for the of the Academic Union. Our next nomination is the name in science. Yes, I would like to say just a few words more about Dr. Sahi Migo. He serves as the Uganda country representative and executive council member to Islamic World Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, and is a member to the working group of Uganda National Council for Higher Education and Quality Assurance in Institutions of Higher Learning. He is also a founder and board member of trustees of Union of Muslim Professionals of Uganda, and a member to many voluntarily and charitable local and national organizations. Therefore, congratulations to you again. And now we can move on to our next nomination, the name in Science and Education Award, which is presented for achievements in the field of science and education. This honorary title and award is presented to Professor Charles Azimone, the Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University in Nigeria. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
It is a well-deserved award. We are very proud of your achievements, and I sincerely wish you much success in your future endeavors.
Thank you, my pleasure. I appreciate.
I also thank you so much, Ivan, and for the scientific community for choosing me and honoring me today. Thank you.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. Congratulations to you again, and I hope to see you one day in Oxford.
Sure.
Let's say this was just a preliminary introduction, and we all look forward to your wonderful during the course of today, but I really hope that you can come to one of our live events in the UK. This brings us to the end of the award ceremony. However, it is a start of the debate, and I would like to now introduce to you Dr. Rami Al-Hadivi, who is a Global Education Career Center visiting professor. He is also a member of the Academic Union Council Board for Innovative Projects. And may I add, he is a friend of the Academic Union for many, many years. I would like to also just to say a few, really give you a bit more the gist of what Dr. Rami has done in his life. He's an international award-winning professor of industrial technology and operations management, whose solid outstanding of business administration is in an engineering context, passion for learning, and consultative leadership style are driving forces behind the progressive, successful, over 29 years career. He enjoys inspiring students across the EMEA region to achieve their full potential in academia and personally. He's also a founder of academic departments, colleges, and programs around the world. And without further ado, it is my pleasure to hand over moderation to Dr. Al-Hadivi. I wish you all a very successful debate. I hope you gather a lot more ideas from one another, share experience and knowledge, and enjoy the debate from contributions from all of participants. So thank you very much for your attention. Congratulations once again all, and I'm wishing you a wonderful debate.
Thank you so much, dear Ivan. It's my pleasure to. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to welcome all participants who will take part in Oxford debate. The goal of the Oxford debate is to collect, preserve, and popularize diverse perspectives on the future of education, innovative experiences, and forge collaboration between educational institutions around the world. We are glad to welcome today's speakers, experts, and participants from almost all continents. We are waiting for interesting speeches and active discussion of registered participants from Azerbaijan, Brazil, Canada, Colombia, Fiji Island, India, Iraq, Jordan, Namibia, Nigeria, Pakistan, Russia, Serbia, Taiwan, Uganda, United Kingdom, Ukraine, United States of America, and Vietnam. I would like you to know that the debate will be divided in two sessions. The first session is the University of the Future, and the second one, pandemic lessons on the way to the education of the future. And also, the debate have a format where the speakers will have a chance to play an introduction video for 3 minutes, followed by a speech with the presentation slides up to 2 minutes, then a question and answers session up to 10 minutes. I would like also and would be very pleased if all participants to ensure that their microphone is turned off during the speaker's speech. I will offer participants a chance to ask questions to the experts during the Q&A session. And in order for you to ask a question, it is required to write in the comment chat the name and put either plus or question mark next to your name. I will then call on participants, and a participant has to switch on to camera and microphone before asking a question. Now we will start with session 1, University of the Future, which will highlight few issues and main topics. Your concept and aims of the University of the Future. Universities have to cooperate rather than compete. What should be the role of University of the Future in solving social inequalities worldwide, and successful innovative cases of universities and educational institutions worldwide. Now I will start with the first discussion topic. Your concept and aims of the University of the Future. What is the University of the Future intellectual and business model, and how pandemic and the quarantine restrictions influence your vision of the University of the Future? We have 2 speakers in this discussion topic, and it's my pleasure to invite the first speaker, Prof. Dr. Alexander Gorbanov. He's rector of Pyatigorsk State University from Russia. So the floor is yours, Prof.
Да. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the future of the higher education, University of the Future, this is the topmost question, an essential problem, and a great vector of sustainable development. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of our ideas and views in this regard. Recently, debates in this sphere concentrate primarily on technical, organizational, informational points that was much stimulated by pandemic restrictions. I mean, distance, electronic learning, computing, instead of paying attention to the most important things, that is the content, the major aim of university education as itself. Here in Pyatigorsk State University of Russia, that means Federal Higher Education Institution, we now not only think over these important things, but also in the last period of time have been actively working out the concept, strategy, plans and projects, vector and direction of where and how to change and develop higher education as it is. And in accordance with this, where and how to change and develop our university. Not all universities in Russia, as well as in the world, have official documented strategies for more than 5 to 10 years forward. We have in Pyatigorsk State University the strategy up to 2050. So for 30 years ahead, was adopted at the conference of the university staff members and representatives of students 2 years ago in 2019, in the year of the 80th anniversary of Pyatigorsk University. What are the main idea, basic concept and vector of our university strategy 2050? This is the permanent creativity and self-improvement. Even earlier, 15 years ago, since 2006, we took in our university the track of its transferring from the traditional type of the university to the newest type of the university, which is the creative, innovative, or transformational type. this is the type, the model of the university change, development, and improvement that never ends, never stops in its process. In the university of this type, traditions and innovations always are mutually connected and inseparable. Thereafter, since 2013, in order to strengthen and develop the whole entire creative innovative climate in Pyatigorsk State University, we provided all our students on all levels of qualifications and all majors with the possibility to go through additional education program, management of innovations and social transformations, and to get additional qualification and additional diploma in the sphere of technological and social innovations. The experience of all these previous years, when Pyatigorsk State University have been following this non-ordinary track, confirmed to us that exactly the model of transformational, creative, innovative university is broader and stronger than those now existing and mostly known models, such as the model of research university and the model of entrepreneurship university. Let us compare. University of research type concentrate on scientific projects on research and development, and herein has boundaries of its model frame. University of entrepreneurship type, if compared, makes a step forward further and promote the results of its intellectual activity up to the next technological phase and phase of their economic business usage, in which new technologies are created and then on the base of their implementation, new businesses are established. So here we have the model frame with boundaries of technologically oriented and business oriented university. But is this completely enough for the university itself, for the university of the future? Is this the complete real core of the university? We are sure that it is not, and not perfectly enough, and that it is not the complete real core of the university itself as it is. University in its fundamental concept is not equal, neither just to science and scientific activity, not just to technological and business activity only. University of itself is a really outstanding system and structure of all existed and being able to exist in the social world, because university fundamental is a very unique way of organization, concentration, and accumulation of intellectual, mental, moral, and practical activity. University is a very, very unique system and structure, not only in creating new ideas, but also in creating culture itself and transferring it to new generations. That's why it's so important to construct, sustain, and develop in the university the creative, innovative atmosphere. So the creative, innovational, aspirational environment as a whole entity in all spheres of the university activities: educational, extramural, scientific, projective technological, international, and also in social and civil activity spheres, and in students' government, in sports, in volunteer movement, in artistic sphere. University, as we see it, as a very specific, unique socioeconomic and sociocultural structure, is entitled to shape up its graduate not only as a domain professional, but also as an entirely integral, comprehensive personality with critical, constructive, and positively transformative thinking. The university, and our Pyatigorsk State University demonstrates it, is a structure forming positive models of behavior, of communication strategies, of mutual understanding, of cooperation and friendship, of respect to other nationalities, religions, and cultures, of how to connect, striving to keep in harmony traditions and innovations. Therefore, the university is not only a school of studies, of science, of technology. University, as we see it, is also a way of life, style of life, and life which is really positive, creative, interesting, proactive, improving. That is why we may conclude that the vector of the University of the future is oriented to transfer from the today's situation where university graduates step up from university just as domain professionals to prospectively new situation where the university graduates would be capable to act as real transformational, constructive leaders, innovators with a broad mindset, positively improving both economy and society, and even the type of social relations itself for the good of all humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Alexander, for the interesting speech. We should have started with the promotional video about the university, but we will play it right now. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Professionalism, quality, prestige, value, uniqueness. Pyatigorsk State University. Pyatigorsk State University, PSU, is a major innovative, educational and research center of South Russia, widely known throughout the country and worldwide. The PSU campus spreads across one of the most beautiful areas of the city of Pyatigorsk, the precious gem of Stavropol region and the Caucasus Mineral Spa area. Russia's great poets and writers, Alexander Pushkin, Michael Lermontov, and Leo Tolstoy, who were inspired by its beauty and spirit, glorified the city in their literary masterpieces. Founded in 1939 as a teachers' training institute, Pyatigorsk State University has become a multidisciplinary humanities institution. Today, it is one of the few universities in Russia that implement professional training with a special focus on foreign languages and is well known under the brand of university that opens and transforms the world. A wide variety of academic programs is offered here: international relations, world economics, international journalism, public relations, public and government administration, linguistics, cross-cultural communication, translation, pedagogical education, tourism and hotel management, law, psychology, information technologies, cybersecurity, architecture, design, and many more. In PSU, students study English, French, German, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, Polish, Croatian, Greek, Arabic, Chinese, Turkish, Hebrew, Russian is a foreign language, as well as languages of the peoples of the North and South Caucasus. Pyatigorsk University is an active member of UNESCO's International Association of Universities, International Association of Applied Languages, Eurodeep Association, U.S. National Association of Communication, Consortium of Humanities Universities of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Today, about 5,000 undergraduates, postgraduates and trainees from all regions of Russia and 38 foreign countries study at the institutes and schools of the university. There are 5 research institutes, 17 research and educational centers and laboratories, 26 basic scientific schools, 33 departments, dissertation boards for philology, political science and international relations. Students have at their disposal a library with a stock of over 850,000 volumes, computer and media classrooms, a fully equipped TV studio, functioning as a professional internship platform and also used to produce video presentations and news releases for the local and regional TV channels. The university publishes 11 scientific research and literary journals. PSU is an outstanding center of linguistic and cultural diversity, a peace promotion center, and a center for cooperation between the state and the civil society. PSU is a university with traditions that have been developed for decades. Moreover, it's not just a university, it's a way of life.
Thanks again, Prof. And now I will move to the second speaker, and I would like to invite Prof. Charles Okichoko Ozimon, the Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University from Nigeria. We will start with the video, then after the video, the floor will be yours, dear Prof.
I wouldn't want to play. I wouldn't want to play the video. I was just looking to play the video.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah, thank you. There's a problem with the video. It says unable to. The host has to enable the video. Hello? The host has to enable the video.
Okay. Yes, Prof. We've seen the video.
No. I mean, my own video is off, so you can't see me as I'm speaking. Can you see me?
No, we can hear you, but we can't see you. We can't see you. You've got a problem with the camera?
No. I was disabled by the host. I was disabled by the host.
No, I think it's from your side, Prof. Try again, because we didn't disable any host. Make sure your camera is well connected, please.
I have to go on. Because it is telling me the host has disabled you. That's the message I'm getting from here. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank the organizers of this Oxford debate for the opportunity granted me to present in this very unique occasion. And a special thanks to the Academic Union. When discussing the University of the Future, we have to examine the University of the Present as it exists in the North and the South. The story is not exactly the same in these hemispheres. In the North, the universities are more of corporate institutions supported by grants from the government. They have their autonomy and are self-governed. Their imaginative abilities are let loose to roam, to query, and to form. These often result to new knowledge, new ideas, and new understandings. Funding for the operations come from tuition, from business ventures, and often started from research outcomes, consultancy services, research grants, from governmental and non-governmental organizations and industry collaborations. They often speak or seek to acquire global appeal by attracting international scholars from all over the world who foster world-class research. And this results in international collaborations that allows the players to implement more complex research. The success in research is one of the major factors used in global ranking of the institutions. The higher the ranking, the more the global appeal and more money they can make from students. Universities in the North and the Northern Hemisphere not only have collaborations with other universities, they also have strong collaborations with the industry. And the universities in the North are poised to make differences through such collaborations. The industry is a major source of funding for research. The research outcomes, in this case, have ready marketers because they were meant to close an existing gap in the market. To strengthen the influence of the universities on the industry, some governments, like that of the UK, established the Knowledge Transfer Partnership, where the government makes funds available to enable bright graduates to solve problems in the industry under the supervision of their department. Furthermore, the universities in the North have been using ICT for most of its operations, including teaching for over 2 decades. However, even with the high capacity of internet resulting from 4G and recently 5G, physical classrooms has always been the norm. Online degrees and short courses were looked down on until recently. However, the has changed all of that. An attempt to apply for courses in the UK universities now shows that many of the courses have online study options. This is now the new normal. On the contrary, in the South, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, the universities are often state-funded, except for the privately owned universities. Unfortunately, only a few of the privately owned universities can measure up to do better than even the poorly funded public universities. Most are merely business ventures. In Nigeria, for instance, tuition is almost non-existent in public universities, and yet the government does not give enough funding for operation and research. Often, the available research funding comes from one government institutions where the value of different grants have not been reviewed for over 1 decade now. It is therefore often difficult to carry out basic research. To carry out contemporary research, one has to travel to the North, that is to the Northern Hemisphere, or collaborate with some universities, maybe in South Africa, often with one's own funding. Winning international grants is very difficult for anyone who has not had any dealing with the North, because the data generated are often preliminary and weak. As a result, publications are not possible in high-impact journals for a majority of those from this part of the world. Consequently, these scholars and universities, they lack international visibility. They have low global ranking, and they are unable to attract top grants or top international talents for research and top international experts or staff. This leads to isolation for most of the university teachers who may never have international exposure to acquire international best practices. These same people are the ones that teach students, and so the cycle continues. While the North started digitization of processes over 2 decades ago, most universities in Nigeria are still grappling with the digitization of academic processes, including teaching. There is barely enough internet to go around, and on the contrary, internet access is taken for granted in the universities in the North. So bringing digital change has been an internal issue in many universities where the staff either think we're being too fast or it is entirely not necessary, and therefore they are not interested. Older professors see digitization as unnecessary, and the average staff thinks it is difficult to adapt and restrictive. These positions have shifted a little with the global visit of COVID-19. The scholars in the South are eager to work. They're eager to collaborate, to teach, and to carry out research, but they are limited. Therefore, most of the universities in the South are light years behind those in the North when comparing these characteristics that typify modern universities of the 21st century as discussed above. The universities in the South are poorly funded and majorly under the control of the government, who provide mostly limited funding. Innovation is therefore only spoken about and not seen to happen unless we move north. Industry funding is not forthcoming because they believe the universities lack capacity to carry out credible research and development. Therefore, they are outsourced to the North. So when we talk about the university of the future, it is important to discuss the projections with the huge chasm that is between the North and the South at the back of our minds. We need to talk about this University of the Future very critically. According to a recent tweet from wired.co.uk, COVID-19 has accelerated our digital development 5 years into the future. This, I believe, is a summary of what happened in the last 15 months in the North. Within this period, we have seen universities, especially those who were more strategically prepared, we have seen them adapt faster than others, such that some universities in the North declared a whole session as a virtual session. Other universities in the North followed suit, and most lectures were conducted virtually. This is a situation which no one envisaged prior to January 2020. Institutions were able to cover up for lost grounds before the lockdown were lifted. In the South, unfortunately, most of the universities were shut down entirely, or they flouted the pandemic rules to conduct face-to-face lectures as soon as the lockdowns were eased enough for students to travel. Some of the universities either lost 2 sessions or rushed through the sessions to avoid losing a second session after losing an entire year to lockdown. The pandemic ended up widening the gap between the North and the South. Why it is now very common to see on postgraduate application portals of most universities in the North options for online studies of courses which were hitherto entirely on campus, most universities in the South are still struggling to adapt to the use of online video apps and learning management systems to enable them to teach students virtually. The South will have to get to where the North is before they can talk about the impending future, because the impending University of the Future is largely electronic and virtual. And down here, most universities lack the infrastructural investment to get ready for the future. This is what I see in the University of the Future. It may not be popular with some disciplines, such as business and financial studies, that do not require extensive laboratory structures. Those disciplines that were added into the university curriculum in the early 20th century may end up being online courses with a hybrid of online and on-campus delivery where necessary. Some universities are already offering these as optional online courses. ICT-related courses are also in this group. Some of these disciplines have major companies that currently hire based on competence and not degrees, companies like Amazon and Google. What is quickly emerging in the online space is where practitioners are used as teachers for short courses, which fast-track the learning process. Majority of these online spaces are anchored by the universities in the North, such as Oxford, Harvard, MIT, University of Washington, etc. This has enabled access to knowledge and skills group in different financial categories. This method is similar to the Igbo apprenticeship system in Nigeria. I come from the southeastern part where we are Igbos. In this apprenticeship system, the apprentice is subjected to a system of learning business by internship that lasts between 5 to 7 years without going through any formal university education. We see this as one option that may work in our own system. This system is only suitable for businesses and arts, but the approaching virtual aspects of universities will not take care of the experimental part of intellectual inquiry that accompany science and technology disciplines. Therefore, like it started in the beginning in Germany, we may have universities that must do things online except research requiring experimental validation sciences like sciences are taken up. I must have to say that virtual reality and simulation technology will take up some part of scientific demonstration in the near future. Demonstrations in medicine and surgery and other science courses have been via simulation versions. And this is very common these days. We see a lot of teachings in medicine being done via simulation. Already, a major part of drug discovery is carried out reliably using computer-aided drug design, which hastens drug discovery processes. With further improvement in electronics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, time shall come when every experimental process can be carried out and validated virtually. When that time comes, the university of the future will become entirely a virtual enterprise. That time may not be too far in the future. Until then, we'll continue to have a hybrid version with different ratios of virtual and on-campus university for different types of courses. Now, if the gap between the North and the South is allowed to continue to widen, the components of Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which seeks to ensure universal access to quality higher education, will never be achieved. There is need for the universities in the North to extend a longer hand of fellowship to universities in the South by way of collaboration, mentorship, and training. Funding for the universities from the industries, from agencies, from tuitions and government has proven to be effective in the North. However, if higher tuition in the North becomes the norm in public schools in the South, the universities will be left for a few. Funding for the universities by the industry, governmental and non-governmental agencies will help to achieve Sustainable Development Goal number 4 as it pertains universal access to education and going forward. And this is what we prescribe for universities here in the South. I want to thank you for your attention, and I apologize profusely for the error in the video coverage. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, bro, for the interesting presentation. Now we have a questions and answers sessions. Just to remind you, because I can't see any names in the chat box with either plus or question mark. So if anybody wants a question, please put your name in the chat box with either plus or question mark, and we will call you. I can see Ismail raising his hand. Go ahead, Ismail.
This is Ismail Jagenda, Rector, Islamic University in Uganda. I want to thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. And I want to thank also my colleagues who have really explained the new university as we imagine it. My question is, especially the last speaker who talked about universities in the South that have so many challenges. In what ways can we quickly galvanize? I think one of the major issues is that we are not looking at the local resources properly. The universities in the North go out and search for these resources in their societies, either businessmen or what, and the alumni, they seek them out, and how can we do that in the South, where we also look around and look for the resources around us? I think the resources are there, but we've been used to getting handouts from government, and so maybe it's a mindset issue. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Prof. Charles.
Okay, can I ask? Thank you very much for that question, because it has also given opportunity to open up on expansion what I was discussing. You see, there are three areas we need to really focus on for those of us in the South. Number one, we need to enhance South-South collaboration. You know, without collaboration, no nation can go to the next level. We need to enhance collaborations within ourselves first, identify our strengths and come together and collaborate. Number two, we also need to get conscious collaboration with the universities in the North. Like the virtual platform now has offered that. For instance, in my university, we are now opening up collaborations with certain universities that ordinarily would not have done. For instance, we are contacting, and I believe after this, we will be talking with the University of Oxford University, so that we can do research, we can give lectures with the online application of teaching now. Professors in Oxford, in Harvard, can actually mentor and coach and supervise students in any university in Africa. So it is left for the North to extend their hands and make that available. Now we don't talk about the issue of time and constraint, because you may not be able to come, but you can stay wherever you are and deliver lectures and supervise students and mentor students, because what we need is mentorship. Mentorship is not there. Many of the researches we do, we need to go to the North to do them. And we need people to mentor those who are here. So the first thing is the South-South collaboration has to be enhanced, and then we need to also extend. The third one, which you also mentioned, is that we have resources here, but our industry, so it needs a radical change in policy, that the industry should necessarily depend on universities here, for their innovations. COVID-19 challenged us, like in Nigeria now, many universities have been challenged to come up with products. And I tell you, you see the amount of grants, amount of innovations that are coming up. In my university, for instance, several innovations. We are developing kits, we are developing some medicines. Right now, we are doing collaboration with the University of Ghana with COVID-19 drugs and vaccines. Before now, it was not possible. So the challenge to look inward and for policy to force, industries and so to collaborate with universities is what we need to emphasize. So government need to hear about this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charles. And I can see a question mark from Dr. Dak.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Dibasis, you can ask your question.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank you for the organizations to accommodate us with this wonderful event. And I would like to congratulate to all the participants for being with this auspicious occasion. My questions to the first speaker specifically, that the United Nations has set 17 goals for the sustainable development. So being an academician and being the part of an academic institute, what should be the take-home message or the guidelines that an university should follow for sustainable development, especially the keeping in mind for the global and local issues. So if you could put some light on that, so it would be great for me.
Is this a question for Prof. Alexander? Please specify to whom you
the
direct.
first speaker, Professor Alexander.
Yes, Prof. Alexander, please. Can you hear me, Prof. Alexander? Yeah.
Yes, yes. What was the question, if you can repeat it? If you...
Like the whole world is talking about the sustainable development, and the United Nations has set 17 goals. So my question is, being the part of an academic institutions, so what should be the role of an academic institute to follow to achieve that goals for the sustainable development locally as well as globally? That's my specific question.
Hello.
We know this aim which was put by the United Nations organization, and our opinion is that the role of the universities is very high, very important in this, because as I said before, the universities are very outstanding systems and structures which are able to concentrate energy of people, especially of the young people. And that's why all our graduates, they will be able to improve the society all over the world and to outcome from present situation. They will carry out the ideas of the United Nations Organization of Sustainable Development.
Thank you very much, Prof. Alexander. Now, Prof. Pradipta have another question, and please specify to whom you direct your question.
Yes. Thank you for giving the opportunity to share my question with you. My question is to first speaker, Professor Alexander. And sir, you have nicely pointed out that the role of an institution should not only be to create the knowledge, but also to a good culture, entrepreneurship that will be infused to the current generation. So my question is that whether the institutions of higher education should give, I think it's the time to give much more emphasis or to take proactive role in promoting a social entrepreneurship, solidarity, to proceed in a much better way. That's we could all realize the need of the hour at the present time. So would you kindly share some of your opinion regarding this?
Yes, Prof. Alexander. Did you hear the question?
You see, we hear the question, but the connection is not so good. That's why some information drops down. If I have not able to get the core of the question.
Yes, sir. Actually, my question is that whether the universities should play a more proactive role in promoting obviously entrepreneurship, but much more on a social entrepreneurship and a sense of solidarity among the institutions to proceed in a much better way. Social entrepreneurship that you have mentioned in your speech, that apart from creating knowledge, the university should place emphasis on developing good culture, developing the entrepreneurship capability. So
I think the prof is asking about the culture and the entrepreneurship and the role of your university in this issue, in addition to the knowledge you give to students.
And also, sir, for promoting solidarity among the universities to build a more a good research environment, learning environment.
Prof, can I suggest to you, write the question in the chat, because it seems the connection is bad some places. So while you write the question, Prof. Alexander will look at it. And now I invite Akansha for her question as well. And I don't know to whom she's directing the question.
Thank
you.
You
can write it down, please. Yeah.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you so much for very insightful speeches. My question is not specific to any speaker. Whoever wants to address it, I'll be very happy to know. So the question is in continuation with the first question that was asked after the session. I hope my voice is not breaking.
I think I will let Prof. Charles answer this question while Prof. Alexander look at the chat box. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, the question is again about, you're talking about expanding horizons. We're talking about technical advancements in the University of Future. One pertinent point and question is we need funds for that. And yes, there are sources using which university can generate its own funds, such as from students, from research projects, from consultancy projects, but universities are being able to attract consultancy projects. Could you suggest a way of attracting more consultancy-based work and collaborating in a more convenient manner? I mean, how can government or industry chip in and help convenient collaboration of industry, academia for generation of more funds so that it may lead to technical advancements in the university? Thank you. That's my question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your question is very, very clear. I'll answer the question by citing an example of what we have done here in my university, where I'm the president. So we have what we call public-private partnership model, because investors and businessmen, entrepreneurs all over, they are interested in what to give them returns or return on investment. So we have created the avenue in my university, and that also helps us, to generate funds for running the university and for implementing some of the policies we're interested in. So it is generally under the broad head of public-private partnership. For instance, through public-private partnership, we have established a dam. We are trying to establish a dam that will provide water for the entire university, and that we can also produce water that we can sell, bottled water. We have also used that we're also trying to use that to generate electricity. We plan to generate about 10 megawatts of electricity that we use in the university and also sell to others outside, and the public investors are coming. We also have public-private partnership for development of accommodation for staff and for students. Hostel, people pay for hostel, whether students, local students or international students. And so we have attracted investors who are coming to build and then operate that process, and they will make money from that. We have public-private partnership for university farms. We have large farms that is where we have investors that are going to invest close to $1 billion to generate farm, animal husbandry and food crops and other things of that nature. So generally is broadly under this public-private partnership. We also have transportation scheme run by public-private for internal campus network transportation. It's run by private investor, but we have a model where they come in and get. So I think the suggestion for us here, and which is working for us very well, is to engage in public-private partnership. It's a bit very tricky and it's very time-consuming, but you must be able to articulate your proposal and have a proper business model. So when the investor looks at it, he will clearly see within a number of years return on investment, and they can now invest in that. Because government alone cannot provide funding. We saw that government is not able, and if we wait for government, we won't go far. So we adopted that model, and it's working effectively well for us here. So I will quickly want to share more ideas on our successes, on our challenges on that private.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Prof. Now I have the last 3 minutes for the last question, and I will call Prof. Sonali to ask her question, please.
Thank you, sir. A very simple question to Professor Esivon. I just want to say, after this pandemic situation, will full-fledged virtual universities become a reality in near future? What does he think?
Yeah.
Full-fledged virtual universities.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's going to be, of course, it's gradually becoming a reality. It's becoming a reality. Even in our own system, in our own setting here, where before now, it was difficult to get people to even do simple WhatsApp messages. But now, our postgraduate lectures, almost all the lectures, that's why I was saying that now we have collaborators with people from Harvard, other universities who are teaching. This morning in my university, a lot of, we are doing postgraduate defenses, external defenses. All of them are virtual. The external examiner doesn't need to come. They can stay anywhere, so you can supervise from anywhere. So I believe in the next couple of years, it will become a full reality because we're already adapting. Whatever was the hindrance, whatever was the phobia, whatever was the inhibition has been taken away. All it needs is a little bit of upgrading our infrastructure, which we're investing on in other places, and the willingness for people to now know that there is a change. We are doing almost everything here now virtual in my university, and before now, bet me it was very difficult. The people don't even want to teach with PowerPoint. The extent of teaching with PowerPoint was very difficult, but now it's taking. We have a learning management system. It's online, it's virtual. People are keen to it. Our students, everybody is doing that. So I want to say yes, categorically, it will become a reality.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thanks a lot for the nice presentations and the answers for the questions. Now we will move to the next discussion topic. And it will be about universities have to cooperate rather than compete. Are you ready to start communications and joint projects with other colleges worldwide? So we hope during the 2 speeches in this discussion topic will answer those 2 main questions. So now I will call the first speaker, Dr. Muhammad Mizahigo, the Vice Chancellor of Kampala International University from Uganda. First, we will play the video, then you have 10 minutes to present your speech.
When you think of a university, you think of a place where you will go to cut out your future. And when you get there, you realize there's a lot more to it. The beautiful structures, facilities, and ambience. A place where you meet great minds, learn from each other, experience different cultures, as well as master the art of fundamental problem solving. Be part of a whole different study experience with Kampala International University, KIU, exploring the heights.
Okay, Prof. Muhammad.
Thank you so much. If you can allow me to share screen. Can you allow me to share the screen?
Yes, Prof, you can share.
Okay. Allow me, because it is requesting that you enable me, please. Okay, very good. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. I hope I'm audible. Al-Hadith, am I clear out there?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to give this talk with the understanding that I'm accepting this honorary professorship from the academic union. I really, really appreciate, and I want to put my discussion in context of the University of the Future. Honorable participants globally, I want to say I'm privileged because I'm making this presentation having had some very exciting and provocative talk by the two professors, one from Nandi Azikiwe and our colleague from Russia. I wish to say that I pledge that this honor that has been bestowed upon me today by the academic union will be protected, and I really salute the academic union. I also thank my university, Kampala International University, all the people, Professor Francisca, who is in the attendance, Professor Miriam, and the entire team, my staff members and colleagues who are listening. I wish to say definitely, we are looking at a university from a perspective of history. According to the British, a university was an institution that awarded degrees, their own degrees. And a university represented a collection of a community of scholars and persons of high level of intellect. It brings men and women together who together create knowledge. We have the traditional fields and specializations. We also have, because of the global trends, we have disciplines that have emerged as a result of the global need. And so, according to my understanding, what I want to share with you is the fact that a university is a source of knowledge and a place where we have a power of professions. Over the past decades, a university has actually been redefining itself. And we know from its roots, it's from the Latin word universitas, which means totality. So you would expect that a university should be able to provide all-round training, skilling, competences, and connectivity. The university of the past was seen as a place for a selected few. Going to university was a privilege and very highly merit-based. Ladies and gentlemen, we shouldn't forget that already the population has expanded. There is massification of education institutions, and therefore, over time, universities have had to be redefined if there are places that are supposed to address global changes beyond the ordinary awards, giving of awards and being prestigious. My topic is looking at, do we need to cooperate or compete? I want to thank the people who asked the questions. I think cooperation is inevitable. It's no longer a choice. We have to build bridges. There are differences in society, infrastructure, the technical systems, the fragility of different places of the world. And so in the globalization context, universities have got to cooperate. And we are so lucky and so unfortunate at the same time, lucky in the way that we are in the fourth industrial revolution, where we are in the digital era, where we can take advantage. We can actually exploit existing opportunities so that we are able, as universities, to cooperate. Competition can only be good if it promotes the elevation of those that are lagging behind. Now, the key thing for me, for cooperation, amidst globalization and internationalization, is efficient, effective, and transparent communication. In the world of competition, there is a lot of hide and seek. In the world of cooperation, there is plenty of transparency. And the digital era has actually enabled this. Imagine this function. I'm somewhere seated in Western Uganda, in East Africa, but being recognized from Oxford. This wouldn't have been imagined. Imagine the hustle. And so this platform that has been created amidst globalization is what we should take advantage of. My theory this afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen listening, is look at the pillars of cooperation. Number one, there is an inevitable environment of internationalization. And the fundamental question is, how do we apply ICTs and data science in order to enhance the power of cooperation? We do have repositories of information and resources. Number two, we all acknowledge the university demographics. We are in different places, we have different capacities, we have different populations, our human resources vary, our level of advancement and innovation also vary. That's a pillar. If we recognize that as our second pillar, we will definitely define how we intend to cooperate. Number three, which is really a prelude to our existing situation caused by the pandemic, COVID-19 has actually showed the fragility of our institutions in crisis management. How ready are we? You know, even those who were not talking are now talking. Even those who were much more aimed at doing business, you know, in selling resources to institutions are now becoming philanthropic. You know, that's really a reality that has come to our midst. And therefore, I want to share what us at Kampala International University have actually done amidst this pandemic. We have established what we call the Virus Outbreak Data Network for Africa. And if you allow me, Mr. Al-Hadivi, our chairperson, I will just get to a place where I would show you that the Vodafone Africa, with funding from Philips Foundation and Google and the commercial bank in the Dutch, the FMO, we've been able to increase access of information about health in order to predict the patterns of the pandemic. This for us has been an emerging scenario, and we are so glad that this can happen. We've been able to establish data points where we can now access information about the health in Africa and in Asia, and this is a clear evidence of how we can come together using data science, artificial intelligence, and the collaboration between North and South. I know Professor Charles has actually ably explained that. We have taken advantage of that and positioned ourselves. The second example is a very nice, very simple project where Kampala International University, working with partners in the North, have been able to actually develop a platform, an online platform, where we are going to increase access to the youth and women to develop employment skills. Look, we are working in Ethiopia, in Sudan, South Sudan, and also Somalia. And some of the courses that we are delivering online, which we are now in the final stages, working with Tilburg University, and also funding from our partners in the North and universities in the Netherlands, we've been able to develop this platform that is going to enable access to our people. So this is a model that we think and it's being funded by NUFIC, which is a Dutch international funding agency from the government of the Netherlands. And this is a demonstration that even within the pandemic, we can take advantage of this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I want to propose in my talk is digital cooperation. We talk about signing MOUs. How many of you have got memorandum of understanding that are seated in the shelf? Yes, with digital cooperation, I mean, we should be looking at those who have and those who do not have. Let's look at the digital realities. Let's try to use ICT for development. We should all appreciate our system diversity. And putting all that together, we should be able to actually realize the advantages of digital cooperation. Chairperson, as I come to the end of my talk, I want to introduce this concept of reverse linkages for the trailing world countries, for the trailing universities. The reverse linkage simply means that you have a big brother university or institution, whichever it may be, and you have a small brother institution. Rather than out-compete, rather than create trouble, you can say, look here, I do have this capacity. Can you come on our platform and we work together? So we have universities that are ranked differently, have different capacities, they have different niches where they exist. We do have government and non-government agencies. We appreciate the diversity in the education systems, but I'm sure with reverse linkages, we can actually pilot using digital technologies, we can pilot and envision common goals. We need to find some champions. I can say ably, with a lot of pride, that Kampala International University has taken advantage of this pandemic and has used digital technology with the partners in Africa and in Europe to actually pull out a very big project which is going to help us for the years to come. Way forward, I think we should apply data science. There is no way, we can't afford to have staff and systems that are not upgradable. We must use our very best brains in the institutions to be able to adapt to technology. We should develop two-way systems, and I want the academic union, Oxford, to try and pick up this and see how we can form a big, convergence point where the big brothers and big sisters in universities can actually assist those who are trailing. Let's understand the dynamics of internationalization. There's no more hiding. The education is now beyond borders, and technology can do for us that. Let's enhance cooperation and efficiency. Let's continue benchmarking. And therefore, I take this honor on this great day when I'm being honored to thank the Academic Union for your merit-based selection of the award I've just received, our Chairman, Board of Trustees, Kampala International University, and members, chairperson and members of the University Council. Some of them, Professor Jessica and others, are in this meeting at the moment. The University Senate and management, students, staff, communities, Professor Miriam Van Reysen, Francisca, Janice, and the entire Vodan and the DISH project team, the NUFIC team, members of my family, and the media fraternity. I really thank you so much for listening to me.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Muhammad, for this interesting and hot subject, really. Therefore, I will let the participant to ask questions because you tackled a very, very important pillars in your speech. So please, everybody got a question. Just put your name in the chat box with plus or question mark with it. It is really interesting, especially when you tackle the activation of the MOUs, because there is a big problem, honestly, especially in some countries, signing a lot of MOUs, but it's not really activated as it should be, especially we are heading to the digital age and we are in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution now. Neha Ansari, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, sir. So it was a very good session. So Dr. Mohammed, I have a question. You talked about reverse linkages, especially in relation to the digitalizations what we have right now. Okay, but see, in case of digitalization, it is like you can communicate through and through via any of the digital media. But being a researcher in laboratories, okay, it is a very big problem for us to communicate on a large platform in a global manner. So can you just speak about how will this reverse linkage can help us in relation to the researches which we do in our laboratories? And can you put an idea about that which can help us in future?
Okay, can I answer that, Prof. Al-Hadith?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Neha, for that interesting question. The basic principle of reverse linkage, first of all, is the level of transparency you have between the partners. So what happens in a normal situation, you would actually have a selected teams for a particular project in which you would like to do a reverse linkage. And now then that team works hand in hand with the team that is going to assist. You undergo training and then on the areas of collaboration. Now, when it comes to digital collaboration through reverse linkage, there's definitely an infrastructure gap that may exist between the big brother, allow me to call that a big brother or big sister, and the receiving or the collaborating institution. So part of the project would actually be either pulling resources together and ensuring that the platforms that are now communicating, whether it's through research or sharing repositories and so on, is enabled for a particular level. We can't go massively. We can go in stages and in phases. So that is really very, very possible. And also, there's need for you to establish a framework of collaboration, which is outlined in the MOUs. Unfortunately, as Hadith said, many of these MOUs actually pick a lot of dust on the shelves. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Jury Sankar, Dr. Jury Sankar. Go ahead, Dr. Jury. You are muted. Unmute yourself.
Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, doctor. Just raise the voice a little bit, please.
Okay. First of all, I congratulate Professor Muhammad for deliberating on a very new subject, opening up a new horizon of thinking, which is beneficial not only for the application of this idea at the regional level, but also worldwide application, which can actually benefit the entire mankind. But I have a doubt which I need to put forward, and I think Professor Muhammad is there to clarify this idea. Because whenever we collaborate, even within a close fabric or close connection, we actually think in terms of comparison and conclusion. So even when we work through collaboration and cooperation, our tendency is often to compare the process and to draw conclusion. So don't you think that that whenever we actually apply our judgment to compare the process, how it is working and how it is efficacious, don't you think that such thing actually creates some sort of friction? It may create some friction, it may create some differences of perspective which needs to be resolved. Otherwise the collaboration process will entirely break down. So that is my submission, that how the system of comparison and conclusion, there is the value judgment that actually works through the process of collaboration and mutual reciprocation, it will operate in a smooth manner. Because if it is a time-bound program, it is bound to happen that the both institutions or the institutions who are linked up through the MOUs, they will compare the things from their own perspective. So don't you think that there is a potentiality of some frictions which needs to be smoothened at the very beginning, or some innovative modalities to be found out? That is my point, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sankar. In fact, you are right, and the context in which I made the suggestion of reverse linkages and cooperation rather than competition is the fact that there has to be a paradigm shift. Actually, what happens in real life, the vice chancellors, the leaders, the presidents of the universities, the directors go ahead, they sign, there is a ceremony, and then it remains in the silo. Now, who is supposed to implement this collaboration? And I agree with you, at the university level, they may have these judgmental conclusions, say, no, we can't collaborate with this university. How is it ranking? You know, who are they? What kind of innovations they have done? So because there is a global reality, we have to really fight on and try to encourage a paradigm shift where the big institutions, those that have actually broken the barriers of recognition and are out there, have got to say, okay, what do we have to give back? How can we help the trailing? I don't want to say third world, because coronavirus has more or less put everybody in the same world now. It doesn't matter. So even with digitalization, I think efforts have to be done. So my suggestion on that is we need to identify the champions of these reverse linkages and collaborations at institutional level. You as the vice chancellor, as the head of the institution, need to have a mechanism where the people connect with other people at their levels, and then roll out. And then with digitalization, we can actually do the monitoring and try to see where things are working or are not. But actually the issue of the mindset is likely to take a while before we all stop judging, others by who they are, but instead try to see what is it that I can harness with another institution in India, with one in Canada, and with one in the US or in Uganda, wherever they are. That's really the critical point about reverse linkages and collaboration rather than competition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Now, Mirjam, please. Mirjam, you can ask your question, please.
Apologies, I was looking for my mute. That was a very inspiring session, Prof, and very interesting and important speeches. I wanted to ask the VC, Professor Mohammed, how he sees the role. He speaks of the mindset as a really critical issue for the reverse linkages. And my question is, how does trust play a role in establishing that? How important is the role of trust in relation to all other ways in which we manage cooperation between our institutions, sir? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Miriam from the University of Leiden, a good friend of mine and also a collaborator in very many aspects. Actually, the issue of trust underlies, it is the pillar, the greatest pillar in terms of collaborations. Now, trust is defined differently by different people. And in this case, I think, on my understanding, trust encompasses meeting of your partner obligations. That's number one. I mean, if we do agree to engage in a joint project, in a partnership, and the terms and conditions are very clear, number one, I think, meet your part, I meet my part. Secondly, we need to actually engage many more people. Trust means expanding your circle and believing in what colleagues can do within their means. And so I think for us as institutions of higher learning, as universities, in this globalized and internationalized world, we need to understand that trust can easily be built or it can easily be broken. And in fact, it also rotates around integrity. So you can't talk about trust without actually having integrity. So institutions that collaborate, that intend to collaborate, must ensure that they are dealing with matters of integrity, matters of trust, and meeting our responsibilities and obligations. And it's not straightforward. And I think one of my suggestions would be to give our teams more exposure and show them some case studies where trust has actually caused, loss of trust has actually caused a loss of big time funding, big time collaborations, and even a withdrawal. You may actually initiate a project and actually ensuring that your institution moves along those lines is critical for the continuity of the collaboration. Thank you so much, Miriam.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm wondering if Prof. Muhammad Omar from Pakistan with us, because I think he lost the connection. So is Prof. Muhammad Omar with us? I think he lost the connection. Then I would like to thank all the participants, and now we are going to a 10 minutes break, 10 minutes break. So we will come back at 12:13 UK time, 10 minutes. Thanks for all. Hi, everybody, back. Now we will start with our next discussion topic. What should be the role of the University of the Future in solving social inequalities worldwide? And I will invite the first speaker, Dr. Jamie Alberto Lil Afanador, the president of National Open and District University of Colombia, UNAD Colombia. We will start with a video about the university.
Muy bien. Hablar de la Universidad del Futuro en este importante evento organizado por la Academia Universitaria Oxford, pues indudablemente nos debe de llevar a determinar los propios desafíos de la sociedad del conocimiento. Es claro que los sistemas tradicionales de la organización educativa poseen una escasa capacidad de respuesta a la evolución de los entornos, hoy en día desafiantes como nunca. Caso particular, el COVID-19, la pandemia que estamos viviendo, y donde hemos visto la escasa capacidad de respuesta de las organizaciones tradicionales. Y por supuesto es allí donde las universidades, en el caso de la Universidad Nacional Abierta y a Distancia de Colombia, pues no se han preparado para el COVID, porque desde el año 2004 venimos impulsando una gran oportunidad de transformación radical en lo que implica para nosotros instalar un cambio en toda la estructura de la universidad desde hace 18 años, con una concepción de un concepto denominado viabilidad sistémica. Un concepto que se deriva de la cibernética organizacional, que nunca antes había sido instalado en una organización educativa colombiana y mucho menos en una organización pública como lo es nuestra universidad. En el año 2004 esta universidad tenía 17.000 estudiantes, manejaba la modalidad de educación a distancia tradicional y por supuesto definía un escaso impacto en su propia naturaleza como educación a distancia. Desde ese año, gracias a la autonomía universitaria que se logró en el año 2006, asumimos una serie de decisiones que han generado grandes beneficios para nuestra comunidad educativa, pero particularmente para nuestro país, en la medida en que nos hemos transformado en una mega universidad con más de 170.000 estudiantes hoy, en donde se han cambiado las rutinas de orden académico, administrativo, financiero, a través del término de un escenario de organización diferente a la tradicional, convencional, denominada metasistema. Los metasistemas tienen diversas acepciones, pero para el caso de la UNAD, lo que hemos recogido es la integración y replicación de una serie de componentes de lo que implica un sistema universitario que también mira niveles previos de la educación y articula diversos actores, unidades, y utiliza la herramienta de la planificación y de la prospectiva para avanzar en darle valor estratégico a la construcción de una organización que es muy afín a su propia naturaleza. Por eso la UNAD hoy, pensando en la Universidad del Futuro, ya ha hecho realidad el futuro, tomando como punto de partida la cibernética en las organizaciones, que aunque es un concepto no muy reconocido por su efectividad en el corto plazo, sí es un concepto que garantiza transformaciones radicales al interior de las organizaciones que así lo asumen. En el caso nuestro, una voluntad férrea de nuestro consejo de dirección ha permitido cambios fundamentales en todos los entornos de orden académico, de orden administrativo y financiero de carácter disruptivo. Este modelo no permite ir de a poquitos. Es una experiencia que va más allá de pilotajes, es una decisión disruptiva y, por supuesto, vertical en torno a cómo se desarrolla este proceso para garantizar una variabilidad que implica al mismo tiempo con el crecimiento abordar la complejidad dentro de un escenario de capacidades instaladas en plataformas humanas, en plataformas tecnológicas, en plataformas curriculares, en plataformas financieras, de tal manera que haya una interacción permanente, no solamente hacia adentro del sistema, sino hacia afuera de él. Es decir, una correlación importante con el entorno, con los entornos donde se ejerce la operacionalidad nuestra, en este caso, en todo el territorio colombiano, dirigido a poblaciones vulnerables en todo el territorio de nuestro país y, por supuesto, también fuera de este. En ese orden de ideas, hemos garantizado dentro de la organización postulados que tienen que ver con la coherencia con la misión institucional, la visión institucional del liderazgo educativo y, por supuesto, gran eficiencia en todas las unidades que hacen parte de este modelamiento, que indudablemente reconoce el pensamiento sistémico en todos los integrantes de la organización y para el cual nos hemos venido capacitando a través de hace más de 15 años, todos los miembros de la organización, transformando roles de docentes, transformando roles de estudiantes y, por supuesto, entendiendo el papel de la información, el diseño de sistemas de información para garantizar la infotecnología y, por supuesto, la aplicación de tecnologías como la inteligencia artificial, el Big Data e indudablemente todo lo que tiene que ver con el Machine Learning y el uso del blockchain. Es decir, este conjunto de dispositivos y sistemas de muchos órdenes han permitido a nuestra organización tomar decisiones para que se dé continuidad en el tiempo de esta transformación y hoy pues somos un referente importante de la educación pública colombiana. Este enfoque entonces es el que nos permite a nosotros, más allá de la pandemia, tener una capacidad de respuesta en estos desafíos y retos de la sociedad del conocimiento y por supuesto estar preparados para impulsar la educación virtual en un postulado que para nosotros es fundamental, la educación para todos. Creemos que allí, en ese punto en particular, es donde tiene que avanzarse muchísimo en la ruptura de muchas ataduras y en esos retos de transformación y de cambio que deben de asumir muchas universidades del mundo, pero particularmente las de países como los que estamos a este lado del orbe, donde la educación debe impactar con un fuerte desarrollo hacia lo social, hacia potenciar el valor del talento humano y, por supuesto, abordar modelos diferentes en las formas del aprendizaje con la posibilidad de que los estudiantes fortalezcan sus competencias a través de desarrollos de pedagogías múltiples y de didácticas muy avanzadas y, por supuesto, con el uso de herramientas tecnológicas de primer orden. Eso lo ha venido logrando nuestra universidad, que se concibe como un sistema organizacional integrado que articula de manera coherente niveles sistémicos, unidades y dispositivos, que como organización inteligente nos ha permitido el cumplimiento de objetivos y de gestionar diversos ámbitos y contextos de actuación en todo el territorio colombiano. Para eso hemos afianzado la capacidad del aprendizaje de la propia organización, de quienes hacemos parte de ella, y hemos tenido que aprender de muchos fracasos, pero también del desaprender y perfeccionarse de manera permanente en la búsqueda de nuestros propósitos. Yo creo que esta es una de tantas rutas que pueden existir en la visualización de la universidad del futuro, pero por supuesto, para nosotros es muy importante hoy entender que el análisis de las relaciones para darle oportunidad educativa a los jóvenes desde la educación debe de interactuar con los entornos de manera muy directa y aprender a gestionar conocimiento. Agradezco inmensamente esta oportunidad. Hay testimonios que hoy hemos traído en un video alterno, complementario a esta reflexión, y por supuesto nos gustaría muchísimo que si hay dudas, inquietudes, ustedes las pudieran referir a la rectoría de la UNAD en la cuenta rectoría.unad.edu.com y por supuesto desde allí al correo electrónico rectoría@unad.edu.com. Estamos muy atentos para compartir esta experiencia y por supuesto para aprender de otras experiencias que seguramente en muchas partes del planeta se vienen desarrollando frente a estos desafíos claves de la sociedad del conocimiento. Es hora de que cerremos brechas. Muchas gracias.
Mi nombre es José Pablo Linkages, yo soy de la Chorrera, Amazonas, estudiante de la UNAD. Es muy importante agradecer que la UNAD ha hecho un esfuerzo para yo poder ingresar y también conocer y aprender para aportarle algo a la comunidad.
Ya que desde sus inicios en 1981 como UNISUR ha sufrido varias transformaciones benéficas y gracias a eso podemos conocer lo que hoy significa la UNAD, la primera universidad virtual y a distancia que ha no solo transformado su manera de proceder, sino que también la vida de muchos estudiantes como la mía.
Gracias a mi trabajo en la institución he logrado cumplir las metas que me he propuesto como persona y como familia.
Estudié en la UNAD y soy ingeniero agroforestal en la actualidad. Le agradezco mucho a las señoras docentes y a los docentes que me llevaron hasta culminar la carrera.
Presento una discapacidad visual hace más de 10 años y me agrada compartir con ustedes los grandes beneficios que la UNAD nos brinda. Su modalidad virtual es perfecta y muy incluyente. Su plataforma está muy bien diseñada para poder navegar en ella y asimismo tener un aprendizaje autónomo.
La UNAD ha realizado una labor muy importante, ya que ha contribuido y sigue contribuyendo con sembrar la semilla de la labor comunitaria e incluyente para aportar el desarrollo social a nuestra región araucana.
Gracias a la UNAD, a todos los profesores que nos han brindado su apoyo.
No ha sido un impedimento para nosotros continuar con las clases al día. Gracias a los profesores que han estado pendientes de nosotros con sus llamadas con sus orientaciones a través de WhatsApp, videollamadas, al estar pendientes con nosotros guiándonos.
Estoy a un paso de profesionalizarme como comunicador social, gracias a la gran oportunidad que me brindó la Universidad Nacional Abierta y a Distancia UNAD. Universidad que ha llegado hasta los lugares más apartados de nuestro territorio, hasta esta Colombia profunda, azotada por el conflicto armado, y que con su valiosa labor ha contribuido en el desarrollo social, económico, político y humano de nuestro país.
Quiero expresarles que me siento muy agradecido por la oportunidad que me dio de ser un profesional. Quienes hemos trabajado en la provincia durante tantos años veíamos inalcanzable este sueño, este objetivo de poder estudiar, de poder crecer en lo personal y en lo profesional.
Hoy quiero resaltar los conocimientos y valores en los cuales se afianzó mi formación profesional, pues la enseñanza recibida y la formación humana adquirida durante el pensum académico me ha permitido contribuir a mi comunidad de manera favorable.
Amo de manera plena y profunda y con todo mi ser a la UNAD, porque me ha dado la gran oportunidad de construir mis sueños, además de poder entender y comprender un segundo idioma, puedo enseñarlo.
La UNAD Florida ha sido una bendición para mi vida porque me ha brindado una autonomía en mi tiempo para trabajar, estudiar y desarrollar otros proyectos personales. Y en mi experiencia la UNAD llena todas las expectativas de una institución educativa de alta calidad. Sus cursos son muy completos, Hay un diálogo genuino entre los estudiantes y los profesores. Y la metodología que se usa promueve el intercambio de ideas.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Jimmy, for being with us, for the nice presentation and the nice video. And now I will give some time for questions, and we have a translation with us. I can see Prof. Ismail.
Thank you so much. This really has been a wonderful session. I can't thank your organization for this wonderful presentation of brilliant ideas, thought-provoking ideas, especially for us leaders. I'm a new rector, I'm only 6 months. Also, although before that, I was the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs. And in the middle of the COVID pandemic, which almost shut down my university last year, now we are in another lockdown. We're wondering what's the future, you know, and I think some of the ideas that our presenters are giving us can help us to navigate the difficult terrain. The century has a lot of opportunities. Professor
Muy bien, vamos a hacer
Sorry,
una
Prof. Ismail, we lost your voice. Yes. Can you repeat, please, because there's a problem with your connection.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay.
Sorry. So I was really impressed by the previous speaker who talked about the university that is trying to work with the community, to be part of the community. I remember in the 60s and 70s, we read about a classic from that region by Freire, who talked about pedagogy of the oppressed. You know, how does the community stop being an ivory tower and really think about the community where it is located? And at Islamic University in Uganda, we are trying to really stay connected to the community amidst the challenges that we face in the South. And I think if we continue thinking this way, thinking about the local context where we are, mobilizing local resources, encouraging our young people to think about their community instead of always thinking of going abroad, of always going to Europe to look for greener pastures. And I think that is the challenge of today. And I really thank you for this opportunity. The ideas we're getting from all the speakers about rethinking the way we do things, reimagining the new university, and taking charge, using the opportunities we have to really, really look around us and be part of the solution rather than part of the problem. So that's what I wanted to contribute. And the issue is, how do we, in this COVID-19 pandemic and other, how do we stay relevant? How do we stay sustainable? How do we become relevant even to the young people? You talk about the mindset. Some of us were BC, born before computer, but their young people are .com kids. How do you merge the two generations to talk to each other? So thank you so much.
Muchas gracias a ustedes. Voy a hacer uso de una traducción simultánea con el profesor Alonso, que en este momento se integra a esta reunión.
Yes, Mr. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be helping Dr. Leal today in order to express his ideas. He speaks English, but he prefers to use my services from the university because he wants to be sure that you understand what he wants to say.
Thank you very much, Alonso.
Agradezco la pregunta que se me hace, porque es claro que la educación virtual no surge solamente desde la pandemia. Requiere...
He says that it is very important to understand that this virtuality that we're now living does not come from pandemic. This comes from way before.
Requiere de un modelo pedagógico y de una estructura organizacional muy diferente a la que actualmente tenemos en buena parte de las universidades del planeta.
We also have to be aware that this is not only just talking, this also requires to be competent, to have technology, to improve things, and to also update some other things.
Mientras la educación presencial se traza desde la orilla de la enseñanza, la educación virtual se traza desde la orilla del aprendizaje, del aprender a aprender.
So presentiality is very important, but really these moments of education actually is in the other side of learning. This is a moment where we have to learn how to learn.
Las tecnologías de hoy, las tecnologías disruptivas, pueden perfectamente ayudar a ampliar la cobertura poblacional y geográfica sobre un modelo pedagógico que se instale en los estudiantes y en los docentes para favorecer el aprendizaje como un continuo que evita la obsolescencia del conocimiento.
So this type of technology that we are using now in this online situation can help improve the learning models that we are currently using, but it can also help us widen our scope. We can now reach more people in different places around the world.
Es claro que uno de los graves problemas que tenemos en buena parte del mundo es la inclusión educativa.
One of the biggest problems now is inclusion in education.
Pero también la calidad educativa.
But it's also very important to have into mind that the quality is also very important.
De tal manera que, como ustedes lo han visto en los testimonios,
well, as we have seen in all the testimonies that we showed you in our video,
una universidad como la nuestra llega a todos los territorios de Colombia y a todo tipo de poblaciones, haciendo uso de plataformas tecnológicas y de plataformas humanas fundamentales para desarrollar el fundamento educativo.
Our university reaches a lot of people in all our territory, not only people who can have access to these technologies, but people who do not have access to this technology. Our university reaches people in different social classes, social levels, and in very remote places in our geography.
Personas de toda índole pueden ingresar a la Universidad del Futuro cuando las estructuras propician la calidad educativa y, por supuesto, la transformación de roles que se ejercen en docentes, en directivos y, por supuesto, en estudiantes.
So all kind of people can have access to our university. We're not talking only people with money or not money, or poor people or rich people. We're also talking about people who are impaired, physically impaired. They all have access. This also represents like a transformation in our university through the years, not only transforming our teachers, but also transforming the role of our students and also transforming the role of our staff in the way they see things now.
Se trata entonces de crear institucionalidades educativas que puedan favorecer no solamente la inclusión, la calidad y la pertinencia en la educación, sino fundamentalmente desarrollar investigaciones que puedan servir para resolver problemas de fondo y de estructura y aprovechar oportunidades que hay en todos los territorios y microterritorios de un país cualquiera.
So this is also in regards of not only, as we said, the kind of people that studies with our university or with our universities. This is also regarding quality, pertinence, and also develop research in order to find solutions for problems that maybe we not know about, but we are here to solve, as you mentioned before.
Se trata también de influenciar el talento humano para la innovación y, por supuesto, para el emprendimiento, como oportunidades de competitividad y de productividad en nuestras regiones y países.
So this is also about influencing human talent in order to improve our processes, and also to use their talent in order to find solutions and to help improve other processes.
Las tecnologías seguirán siendo herramientas.
Technologies can continue being like the tool.
Pero los fines de la educación y los fines de la formación educativa pueden ser mucho más pertinentes para que la educación realmente asuma su responsabilidad social en países como los nuestros.
So, but this is also like regarding the purpose of learning, in order for education to take advantage and also know how to deliver quality education and reach those people who need also this part of education.
La UNAD está interesada en compartir esta experiencia con todos ustedes y por
UNAD is
supuesto,
interested in sharing this experience with all of you.
A través de la Academia Oxford, desarrollar estas interrelaciones para que podamos intercambiar aprendizajes sobre fracasos, pero también sobre oportunidades de éxito como los que se han acumulado.
So, and he also thinks, for example, this kind of spaces where Oxford gives the opportunity to all of us to express or to exchange ideas and experiences, not only good experiences, but also bad experiences, successful experiences, but also failures.
Estaremos siempre a su servicio. Muchas gracias.
We are always at your service. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jimmy. Glad you've been with us, and thanks a lot, Alonso, for your translation. If Dr. Jury excuse me because of the limitations in time, I will let the participant to chat and speech with another through the chat box. Everybody can do it, and you can have general chat between you directly. Therefore, I will go to the video about the university.
Desde la inmensidad de la Amazonía. En la calidez y alegría de las costas colombianas. En los paisajes encantadores del altiplano boyacense. Frente a la imponencia de un atardecer llanero.
Okay, Dr. Jury, now you can ask your question, please. Can you hear me? Yeah.
¿Van a hacer una pregunta, doctor?
Sí, muy bien.
Hello. Sir, I am audible, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sir, I was listening to Professor Alberto Leal Afanado's speech. He was deliberating in a very unique manner with a very ethnocentric touch, which is permeating throughout his speech. I received several points. I gathered several points from his lecture, but sir, I have a few points to put forward, not as a point of interrogation or question or counterfactual question. But sir, I have seen in my country that that there is a unique situation of puzzle because most of the people in the countryside, they know about the school, they know about higher secondary schools or even college, but they don't have any idea about the what is university. The rural people, they don't have any idea about the university or higher educational institution. So in that situation, what the university people, the think tank, what they will do, whether they will try to reach out to the doorstep of the countryside people, because what is the necessity in such society, it seems to me, that I want to share with you, is not only the spark of innovation, but also creating an awareness, so that even these people, they come to know about the hierarchy of the education system, and also the efficacy of having university as a center of excellence. So I think that not only in the post-pandemic era, but as one resource person said, I completely agree with him, that this sort of ignorance still exists in society, and that is damaging our education system. So what is sir, what is your take regarding such a kind of distressful situation, that universities are there, but even after so many decades, the inequalities, ignorance, the scourge of ignorance, they are still remaining as a sticking points in our society, and creating a kind of what I would say, creating a kind of buffer, creating a kind of distance between the community and the higher education community, and that is why there is critical need of critical awareness building, in which universities should think about, should introspect and share what management and connectivity it can build up, so that we are talking about the sustainable development. So the sustainable, healthy society cannot exist without such kind of connectivity and bridge building between the university, the highest excellence center of excellence, and upskilling the people and the community that is mostly living in a degraded situation, and they are performing their jobs on a daily basis, and they have no idea about what the university stands for. So that's what I want to share.
Agradezco mucho
Doctor, le voy a poner un poco en el contexto.
Ya lo tengo. Agradezco mucho la observación y la reflexión que hace, porque indudablemente todos los países del mundo, pero en particular países como la India, como los países africanos y los de América Latina y del Caribe, compartimos rezagos en el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. ¿Quieres traducir, por favor, Alonso? Agradezco mucho.
Sí, doctor, se me había apagado el micrófono, perdón. He thanks very much for this question, and he wants to make awareness that it is not only our institutions in Latin America, there are also institutions in different countries like India or in Africa who have lived this situation of society, putting them a part of education, or of society, putting them like away from the goals of education, or having opportunities to study something.
A raíz de la pandemia, las condiciones de pobreza y de desarraigo en nuestros países son cada vez mayores.
Due to pandemic, poverty and other issues have started like to grow instead of diminishing.
Las poblaciones vulnerables se han incrementado en todos nuestros países y han sido muchos desplazados.
Vulnerable population has been in all of our countries.
Por la violencia, y cada vez nuestros jóvenes tienen menos oportunidades de educación.
Our youth population have less and less opportunities to study due to these situations.
Por eso es importante que además del derecho a la educación en nuestros países se instale el derecho a la conectividad.
It is very important to not only set like the right to be educated, to have access to learning, but also to have access to connectivity, to have the right to connectivity, that people can have this right to be connected.
A fin de que desde la inclusión podamos cerrar las brechas sociales.
Like from inclusion, we can close the gaps between society, between societies and between social classes.
Pero además las brechas educativas y digitales.
But also the gaps in regards of technology, in regards of learning.
Por eso la universidad del futuro debe educar para el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible.
So that's why the University of the Future should teach people, having as a goal these rights that he's talking about having the right or access to connectivity.
La educación virtual y la educación a distancia entienden que estamos dentro de la sociedad del conocimiento y del aprendizaje.
Online education understands, virtual education understands that we are inside the society of knowledge.
Por ello, el compromiso de nuestras universidades no ha de ser simplemente retórico, ni exclusivamente endogámico. Ha de reflejarse en su modo de operar socialmente.
So that's why our duties do not only have to be paying attention to some situations regarding education, but all of it as a whole in order to make it sustainable, to make it available for everyone.
Debemos demostrar la excelencia en las prácticas formativas.
We should show excellence in our formative practices, in our education practices, in our teaching practices.
Debemos trabajar por una investigación que deje huella ambiental en beneficio de la humanidad.
We should work in regards of environment, that we can leave a footprint in regards of environment, in regards of sustainability medias.
Debemos desarrollar centros de referencia y laboratorios de buena práctica que se afiancen en la solidaridad, la sostenibilidad y la competitividad.
We should develop laboratories, places that are based on sustainability, on situations that can help the environment as well.
Es importante hoy hablar de flexibilidad en los currículos.
It's important to talk about inclusivity, that we can talk about inclusion in our curriculums.
De pertinencia regional.
About pertinence, regional pertinence.
De equidad social.
About equity, social equity.
Y de calidad educativa perdurable.
And about quality education, excellence in education.
Por eso nuestros proyectos educativos deben ser pertinentes.
That's why our projects should be pertinent.
Y deben ser faros orientadores de nuestras sociedades.
And we have to guide our societies.
Afianzados en propósitos y escenarios.
Based on the same purposes and the same scenarios.
De inclusión social educativa.
For social inclusion, education, inclusion in education.
De innovación tecnopedagógica.
Innovation in technopedagogical matters, in technopedagogical technologies.
Y de aplicar realmente el valor de la globalidad y de la internacionalización.
And apply the truly values of globalization and internationalization.
Por eso debemos ver los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible.
That's why we should see the goals of sustainability
como una real oportunidad
as a real opportunity
para reinventar y reforzar
to reinvent and reinforce
la tradición humanista de la humanidad de la universidad.
Humanistic and focus the humanistic and scope of education.
Enfatizando el valor y las capacidades del ser humano.
Enhancing the capacities of people, of humanity.
Optando por el razonamiento crítico y la
based on critical thinking.
Y la oportunidad de
opportunity.
Yes.
Y de una investigación
Doctor,
como...
se le va la voz. Could you please, por favor, ¿podría repetir la última frase, doctor, que nos escuchó?
Yes, Alonso, thanks a lot for the informative answer for the question. And I urge Dr. Jury, if you want some more details about this interesting issue, he can write on the chat and on the direct message. Thank you very much, Dr. Jimmy, for being with us and for this interesting video presentation and informative answers. And the time now is we have to move to our next discussion topic. It will be successful innovative cases of universities and educational institutions worldwide. And I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Ahmed Khalid Al-Zalimi. He's the Deputy Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy, the University of Mashriq in Iraq. His speech topic will be the innovation ambition at the University of Mashriq, UOM. We are planning for the future. I will ask Dr. Ahmed to start with his video about the university, then a 10 minutes speech.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rami, for nice. Excuse me, Dr. Rami, may I late the video to the last of my presentation? At the end of my presentation, I will show the video.
No problem. Is it okay? No problem.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, I would like to take this great opportunity to express my big thanks and appreciation for your kind invitation to participate and join your esteemed event, Oxford debate. Please let me introduce in a brief summary about our university, the University of Mashriq. Is a recently established university in Baghdad, Iraq. Okay. So, as I told, our university is a recently established university in Baghdad, Iraq. In 2020, actually, the University of Mashriq looked for award in all criteria and standardization to achieve the scientific and sobriety and globalism by the vision and strategic plan of the university. So our university is the most ambitious development project in our history, in Iraqi history. It includes constructing a new landmark building, refurbishing existing facilities, and creating new public climate positive and create structures and create creative others faculties to deliver globally recognized research, become climate positive, and create vibrant experience for our commitment. So we exist to be a world-class university on the matching difference to the world through transformation, education, research, and innovation. But to do great things, it takes more than good intention through the globalism
and toward collaboration with other high-rank universities. Our University of Mashraq involves many disciplines for many faculties, which are Faculty of Dentistry, Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Medical Sciences, Faculty of Administration Sciences, and the Faculty of Law. In next coming days, Faculty of Nursing and Faculty of Medical Engineering will be open. The work has already begun. We've currently building our impressive sports center, finalizing the design in our new landmark academic building, and starting work on our new student hub. So, how to build our future for the promising university? Three things tie together our plan for the future: our ambitious mission, our vision for bringing it to life, and the values that define the way to work, collaborate, and behave. Although our university is a young, but we've already made giant leaps toward our goals. We are developing our campus and becoming more sustainable university, and the strategies and the plan we have in place are ready to be achieved. Building our future together, we achieve as we are a University of Mashraq. The global vision for our university is a global university impacting the world, and mission pushing the boundaries of knowledge and nurturing aspiring leaders. So the general or global policy for our university is committed to conduct teaching and learning, carry out research, and provide quality service on a global level, generate and enhance knowledge through continuous improvement effort for the benefit of all stakeholders, especially University of Mashraq's students. So our research and innovation ambition and strategic goals is to become leading global university performing impactful research and innovation, graduating excellent researchers, and achieving outcomes which make important contribution to society. University of Mashraq will have achieved its ambitions in research and innovation when we have become a global leader in higher education, research, innovation, and destination of choice for researchers, including postgraduate research students in the UK and internationally through collaboration with the UK universities, of course. Leading research institution with talented staff and students committed to research and innovation excellent and to benefiting the economy, society, and environment. A preferred partner for government, business, industry, and other universities in creating knowledge, technological solution, digital transformation, and policy innovation. Also an engaged and connected university, which is the intellectual home for alumni, graduate supporters, and the communities. So our strategy for our university and the university vision in 2030 and strategy in 2025. The major strategy for our university include research scale and excellence, research infrastructure, postgraduate, postdoctoral, and other experience also for innovation ecosystem. So both our vision and strategy are ambitious. By 2030, we will be the top modern university in Iraq and one of the top young universities in the world. That's our bold vision. Naturally, we can't get there in one leap. Here we set out our strategy for the next 5 years, what we need to do by 2025 to be on course to make our vision a reality. So our mission for this strategy to create, share, and apply knowledge to make difference to individuals and society. So our strategy at 2025 start with our staff community as they make the university what it is. So this strategy sets out of our ambitions to 2025 to set us on course to achieve the vision of the university. And as I mentioned, our vision in 2030, we will be the Iraqi top modern university and one of the top young universities in the world. So how we achieved this? Through engage every student in life-changing experience, also meet changing demand and widen participation, deliver globally recognized research and innovative solutions that improve society, become one of the leading universities in medical and human disciplines, also to achieve by significantly build our global reach and reputation, and meet future employer and skills need also through revolutionize digital learning. Achieving this vision will only be possible if our staff are fully and proudly engaged in working for the University of Mashra, inspire the university community to be creative and hold in delivering this vision, radically transform the digital technology and system that support our staff and our students, also through invest in our campus and infrastructure to meet these shared ambitions. One of the future and associated projects for our university are Academic Development Center and Central Research Laboratory. The Academic Development Center, it undertakes the following tasks. Through international and academic collaboration, actually, we have proceeded in this regard by approaching many international universities to build a bilateral academic cooperation, especially the universities in UK and in Turkey and in Egypt and other countries. Also through developing student skills, curriculum development, developing the skills of teaching staff, developing lab training, organizing conference, workshop, and lectures in different recent disciplines. Also, other task for Academic Development Center is to take care with postgraduate programs. While related to Central Research Laboratory, which represent a qualitative leap in the advanced technological laboratories over all Iraqi universities to provide the ideal platform for all research for various Iraqi universities, which were previously unavailable, may forcing many of researchers to travel outside the country to complete their research. This laboratory includes cytogenetic lab, tissue culture lab, fish lab, molecular lab, physical, chemical lab, mechanical lab, radioactive lab. It's currently under construction and is expected to be completed during the next academic year in September of this year. The geometric diagram for this lab, over 500 meters square, it involves all these labs. Finally, I end this brief presentation with this short video that shows part of our promising universities, landmarks, classroom, laboratories, and gardens. Now let's see.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Ahmed, for the nice presentation and the video for this new, modern, and promising university. I see that I have a few questions, and I will start with Karar Kamuna. Go ahead, please, Karar.
I think Karar is with the muted.
Karar, you are muted. Can you unmute yourself, please? Okay, I will call Ali Al-Adhari while Karar trying to mute himself. Is Ali with us? Dr. Ali?
Yes, hi everyone. So I am Dr. Ali Al-Adhari from University of California, Davis. And first of all, I want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in this nice conference. And I want to say thank you for Dr. Ahmed for his nice speech. And I want to ask him regarding his speech about the goal and the ambition of University of Al-Mashriq. So Dr. Ahmed, could you please tell me, like, since you are like recently instituted university, and what's your strategy to achieve your goal and ambitions of your university?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ari, for your nice questions. Actually, our promising university has many strategies to achieve its ambitions. So to achieve the ambitions of university, we recognize the need to nurture and grow our talented and dedicated group of research who participate and practice is founded on a values-based culture of excellence. So we need for academic who can conduct research at the leading edge, who are forward-thinking, who provide to expectation. As I said, we're looking to the sobriety and the globalism through collaboration. So our spectrum of technology and social sciences and their uncommonly strong linkage or in the integrated campus culture of cooperation. Also through our strategy by research and scale and excellence, research infrastructure, postgraduate innovation in research and ecosystem. So we will implementation of our skills master plan alongside maintaining and repurposing and existing building. We will ensure our state support our strategy into the long term. So we will build reputation for a leading educational research and pioneering delivery using digital technology and unlock the potential in all our students. So the radical digital innovation both in our operation and in the provision of the learning and teaching will transform impact of our activities and of course will achieve our ambitions.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Nag, please. Dr. Nag.
Sir, I have one or two humble submission to make to my colleague Ahmed Khalid. He made a very nice presentation. I just jot down several points out of his very excellent and very well-knit presentation. The credit goes to Professor Ahmed Khalid of Al-Mashriq University, Baghdad, Iraq. Sir, I have just one point that cropped up during the course of my listening to his lecture, that he was just elaborating the academic architecture, the planning, the vision, the mission. Sir, actually, I think that his presentation goes very much with the shift that we are actually envisioning or taking place right now in the LPG framework, that is the liberalization, privatization, globalization framework. His presentation is in sync with LPG model. But sir, one thing that I thought is more important, that is not only preparing and inspiring. He used the word, very crucial word, inspiration for the society, and motivating the students and upskilling them. But one important factor that I may be mistaken also, but that seems very important and very crucial for the academic institutions like the higher education institutions of all universities across the world. That is the sense of ethics, sense of commitment to the society, and that is the sense of what I would say morality, honesty, compassion, hospitality. These kind of virtues need to be developed for service to the society. So are we actually proceeding in the direction that we are trying to train our people with skills, professional skills, but they will be just made a successful worker in the industries, devoid of any sense of value. So sense of value, I think, is very important for universities to perform its role in the society in coming days. Number one, sir. And number two, I think, sir, so far as the training of the students, community through different skills and innovations, what actually I think that sir, does it amount to too much intervention with the mind of the people? Because what university precisely is meant for is not only to intervene in the mind of the people, but to allow them for critical discussion and debate, from where the innovative ideas come out. So
yes, Doctor, do you have a specific question, or it's common?
Yeah. So my specific question is whether we are creating a hiatus between the professional courses and sense of morality. That is important for the society. And
yeah, definitely. Yes, Doctor. Dr. Ahmed focuses on the strategic planning about the universities, because it's a modern and new promising university. That's why he focused on the strategic plan, which he needs as a newly established institution. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed, and Dr. Jury, and all the participants. Now the time to move to the section or session 2. The next session of our debate is the pandemic lessons on the way to the education of the future. And I would like to invite the first speaker, who's an honorary professor at Oxford Academic Union. I would like to welcome Prof. Sunaina Singh, the Vice Chancellor of Nalanda University in India, to start with the video about her university and then her speech. You are welcome, our honorary professor.
Namaskar to everyone. It's a huge privilege and honor to head Nalanda University as Vice Chancellor. And Nalanda was initiated by King Samudragupta in 4th century BC. It continued till around 12th century. After 8 centuries of its existence, it was destroyed by Bakhtiyar Khilji, and thereafter it took another 8 centuries of lull, of being in slumber, before we woke up to the reality that this university needs to be revived and re-established. And the credit here goes to the East Asian countries for taking the initiative and rethinking about Nalanda, acknowledging its historical prestige and its contribution to the world. The credit also goes hugely to our former president, APJ Abdul Kalam ji, who mooted the idea of re-establishing Nalanda University. How does a university in today's world emerge as an institution that instills value systems, that instills the ancient Indian knowledge tradition, wherein India was seen as a Vishwaguru? My endeavor, therefore, has been to create a completely net zero campus, sustainable campus. Quite a challenging task to my mind, because it's not easy to create a campus that's completely net zero. Perhaps it will emerge as the world's largest campus, because our geographic space that has been allocated to Nalanda is about 500 acres, which is humongous by itself. Today we are a very small university because we are still developing a new ethos that goes with the ancient knowledge tradition, and at the same time is very multipolar, futuristic, very international, very global in its courses. What can the Western world, the European world, learn from the Eastern traditions, the value systems, the spiritual ethos? That's one way of looking at it. We also have the Indo-Pacific region, Bay of Bengal's Research Center that also looks at a lot of new facets. The Common Archival Resource Center that we have planned will be a repository of all aspects of knowledge, all aspects of history, all aspects of how the world has emerged and what needs to be preserved, what has been preserved. So we connect with the libraries and museums and the repository across the world. That's the endeavor. So in brief, it's not just the Indian knowledge system which is so relevant in terms of the spiritual guidance that India seemed to be providing. This is one nation that has produced so many religions, and today the most relevant of all these is Buddhism, and that's one course that's immensely popular with students from almost 24 countries currently. And I think here is the ethos that we need to spread of peace and harmony, and how to build value systems, how to be resilient in times of crisis. I think the pandemic lessons have taught us many things, and as we move forward, I think the current dialogue that's happening is all about higher education and the pandemic lessons. I think humanity has taken a back seat. We suddenly realize, or we have woken up to the reality that we need to respect nature. Thank you very much, and namaskar.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Sunaina, for the nice speech. And now I will open for questions and answers.
On karo.
If there are any question
Professor
for
Hadivi,
Prof. Sunaina.
well, can I say a few words before we invite the questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was waiting to give some highlights of how do we deal with pandemic and the future university. I think it's very important that we are looking at various aspects of pandemic and the higher education. So thank you, Professor Hadivi, and I must congratulate and compliment all the previous speakers, the distinguished professors who were deliberating on different areas of future universities? The topic, I find it very interesting because it gives us a room for thought as to how do we plan a future university. So I don't have a written script or a presentation. So I'm going to speak from my insights and highlight some issues that needs to be looked at, because if we are planning to evolve a new mandate or look at the world's future, in terms of the multipolar global environment that we have, it's necessary, it's important, it's significant that we evolve as a future university. So that point is very well taken by Oxford. Let me now look at the pandemic and what has happened over a period of time. So with the raging uncertainties and complexities, coronavirus has cut a deadly path across the world, you will all agree, separating families, friends, workmates, colleagues, because we are working long distance in many institutions and corporate world, collapsing healthcare system, destroying economies across the globe. This would mean that as institutions and as, donning the leadership role of institutions, I think we need to navigate on a daily basis from one decision to another. How do we do it in higher education system across the globe, where institutions have also become pan-global? We are no longer just restricted in our national identities. I think we have moved far beyond that. We have our students, over 70% of them are international, and they come from all over. So it's very important that as leaders in higher education, we need to navigate afresh, almost on a day-to-day basis, the number of challenges that we tend to face. So how do we take quick decisions where we can wrestle with the challenges that emerge due to pandemic? I think it's important to look at how do we craft a better roadmap for ourselves. So does it require a remodeling of higher education or education per se, remodeling of institutions as future institutions? I think it would be worth to call it reimagining future institutions, because given the number of challenges, it calls for a future institution that is completely research-based, which has a blended method of both teaching, hybrid method, as we have been dealing with past year or two. And also all virtual platforms need to come into existence. We cannot do without that. Now, this has its negatives because the physical mode is absent, and the students, where the quotient of empathy, the quotient of compassion, quotient of culture, all this comes from a classroom. The culture, the etiquette, the discipline, somewhere it gets, this is the challenge. We don't have the face-to-face classroom any longer, and it might be some time before we embark on that. So we need to innovate constantly as institutions. So from the opportunities that seem to emerge from the disruption, do we have self-sustaining workplaces? Do we have self-sustaining virtual platforms that can see us through the crisis? How do we get, or how do we continue to stay productive in times of crisis like the pandemic? I think this is something that most leaders in higher education look at, because the number of challenges, and you cannot satisfy everyone, because institutions mean coming together of administration, faculty, the non-teaching, the staff, the students, the health system that we can provide, the facilities, not possible to keep everyone happy. So we need to pick and choose and navigate there. So we need to constantly wrestle to innovate and have the courage to move forward. You know, it's important that, you know, as leaders, we be transformational leaders there. We also need to build a purposeful future for our students. How do we continue to do that is something that institutions need to take another look at. So it's a constant reinventing of the self. You know, Bernard Shaw had said at one point of time that life isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. I think this cannot be more true, more applicable than the present times, where we need to constantly reinvent and recreate ourselves. You know, Charles Bukowski also echoed the same thing when he said, you know, we need to invent and keep reinventing ourselves. So how do we do it at every level? As faculty, as administrators, as leaders. So we need to constantly craft a better way to deal with it. So let's look at, as institutional leaders, what could be the decision-making framework? You know, there has to be a decision-making framework, and that is where I thought it's we look at management of the first decision-making would be managing internal state. You know, what is it? How is the institution? How do we recreate it as a future institution? You know, towards that goal, we need to ask different questions as to how do we move forward. Get multiple perspectives on decision making. What could be the outcome is something that we need to look at, because institutions should be outcome based. You know, systematic intelligence and systematic innovation should also be built into the institutions, because without that, it's very difficult to move forward. Otherwise, one would be a college and not a university. You know, this is where I thought stretching, testing ourselves, reshaping the ways we approach our decision making. For that, I think we need to have a go-to framework in front of us, where we are constantly reinventing ourselves. So the frameworks have to be very firmly in front of us, and we look at different challenges during the pandemic time. And I was looking at what could be the challenges that we need to learn to live with in future. You know, pandemic or no pandemic, because pandemic has taught us many valuable lessons. We have learned to live in these uncertain times with huge complexities, you know, without knowing the future of our loved ones or our own. It's been a tough journey for everyone. So how do we create a new generation which is positive, productive? You know, how do we shape the intellectual milestone per se, where youngsters are concerned? So this is very important. So we need to first focus on what is the primary threat to education per se? What could be the primary threat? How do we charter our young students? How do we navigate through this? The second would probably be what may be coming next, and what do we need to plan? You know, we also need to be ready for the newer challenges. So if anything happens, how do we look at it? So do we have a management mechanism in place? So that's another thing. And third, and the most important, what are the resources that we have? Do we have a support system? Do we have resources for research built in, in the institution. I think, to my mind, these are very important tools of building a future university. Before I close, just to posit on what could be the leadership role here. If a head of the institution or the deans in schools, what do we expect? We expect a transformational leaders who will demonstrate specific behaviors or specific way of moving forward. And one could be, how can we inspire? How do we create role models for successful research, for future planning? Role models are very important. Inspiring youngsters or your faculty is very important. So that is inspirational motivation that we look at. Second would be intellectual stimulation, which allows for questioning the status quo. I think this is again very important. And thirdly, I think considerations of the academic framework, curricula and research framework. How do we look at the considerations of research for the next 10 years? Do we look at environment as a huge challenge? The climate sciences need to be looked at. Probably the vanishing jungles need to be, forests need to be addressed. Are we losing the ecology around us? Are we losing the forest area? Does that impact our health system? Or do we look at epidemiology afresh, where science and ecology is concerned, where liberal arts and social sciences are concerned? Where are the value systems? Do we, collate, look at the best practices across the globe from different countries as to what would be the cultural enhancement? How do we build a new value system for our younger generation, which is more global? How do we create new thought leaders? I think this is very important, and we need to posit on all this, and that's what would constitute a future university, to my mind. Thank you for giving me time. I think these were some of the insights that I wanted to share with my Oxford colleagues out here. Thank you, Professor Hadivi, for giving me time. If there are any queries and Q&A, I'll be very happy.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Sunaina. We are always happy to have you with us more and more, and nice to see you again. Now I will let some of the participants, they have questions, about this inspiring presentation. I will ask Prof. Banerjee to ask his question, please.
Thank you, sir. But my question was regarding the earlier session, sir. So I enjoyed the session lecture given by Professor Sulaya Singh, madam. But that question was posted earlier, sir. So you can take the questions from other participants.
Okay, then in this case, I will go to.
Actually, it was to Dr. Ahmed in the earlier session.
Okay, shall I go to Dr. Patel?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Downey Battle.
Good evening. Greetings, ma'am. I'm Dr. Dwani from National Forensic Sciences University. I really enjoyed the motivational, inspirational speech that, ma'am, you have given us. Being an academician, apart from education, because we are talking about education in future, I would like to have some insights from you that how, ma'am, we can inspire our students to be in this pandemic, to have a mental being and trusting us on the education front, because as such, as you know, ma'am, we have limited portion of time to teach them, educate them for any particular course. Because of this pandemic, we are trying our best to impart the education through virtual classes. But my question specifically involves the mental pressure the students are handling, which makes them realize that they're missing certain classroom education. How, as an academician, should we react to these type of situations?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. That's a very nice question, and I would say that as young faculty yourself, it's important that we make our students enjoy their studies. So make it light but tight. So you have to give them the material, the resources, and snippets of it. I find very lengthy, elaborate talks and documents that are sent to them in the blended mode. As it is, our students, they are also trying to deal with pandemic, loss of friends, you're not able to get out of the home. There are a lot of psychological issues, and youngsters have more energy than anyone else, so that energy needs to be unleashed. And that can be done through knowledge systems which are lighter, which also call forth for any new ideas. That you're inculcating a research sense also. Ask them if there are parallels in like this in music, whether they can find, if we are talking about, for example, if you're talking about climate, supposing, or you're talking about medicine, maybe you can ask them as to what are the other alternate methods that grandparents used in their places, whether that is, can we think of it from a medical perspective? Would that be right? Does it have a clinical evidence? Does it have a laboratory, this thing? Or is it just a kind of, small? Or maybe you can look at it, how do we lighten the burden? So we have to have different methods of dealing it, and not just be restrictive to an area that we are handling it. So we should learn to disengage them and engage with them. So it calls for remodeling, it calls for remodeling, but the times are tough. And you cannot put pressure on students about their grades and evaluation and things like that. Ask them to write a term paper on their own idea of a utopian world. How would they look at world? What is their idea of utopia or a better world? So it needs to be more creative rather than restrictive, to my mind. So we need to have new knowledge paradigms built.
Thank you very much for this answer, Prof. Sunaina, and I totally agree with you. And I suggest that Dr. Doni Patel read about the micro-learning, where you give the students what we call nuggets of information, because we are not in the information age anymore. We are in the digital age, and the student can have the information in the databases, in Google, and many places. So in order to engage him, think about the micro-learning and give him the learning in bites. And I wish you all the good luck. And we are glad to have such a young and the new educators with us in this debate. Now you're welcome anytime. Now I will let Dr. Akansha to ask her question, please.
Hello, ma'am. Beautiful talk. I must admit that that whatever you talked about was in my mind throughout this debate. Yes, it is very important. As you said that, yes, it took us a pandemic to understand that less is more. It took us a pandemic to understand the importance of living in a community. It took us a pandemic to understand the relationships and So it took us a pandemic to rediscover ourselves as individuals. And even we learned in some good universities, but we were not able to deal with the problem. What do you think? What kind of value system should be created and should be incorporated in education system so that our children, or the young generation, the coming generation, copes up with the problem in a better way than we did? Also, there is this common notion that value system is created during the formative years of a child when he or she is in school. Do you think, do you agree with that totally? If not, can we have an extension, or do you think that it is possible to mold student behavior and attitude even at the university level? Thank you so much, ma'am. This is my question.
Thank you, Akansha. Yes, I firmly believe that we learn. We need to constantly keep learning. We also need to constantly keep unlearning. If you want to relearn, you also need to unlearn some things which may not have added value to your life. So recrafting is very important. One doesn't just learn in childhood. That's the beginning of learning. So you're constantly evolving. So at a higher education level also, it's possible to evolve and build your value system. It depends on how the faculty and the students, a dynamic interaction, So I firmly believe that we all keep learning even at this stage. So state of learning should be on. Now, the other important thing is there's so much to learn from sports. Sports teaches us to be competitive. It teaches us to take failure with equanimity. Take a look at sports. I think that's one value I think we have forgotten to speak about. We fail in a game, be it a cricket match or a football, but they come back for the next national or next state level. They're still preparing even after failure. They don't give up. The sportsmen are constantly to prepare. They're not, we don't hear about depression there. We don't hear about failure impacting them. For the next match, they are again at it. So I think it's very important that we learn that, failure is a part of life. Life is not going to be an easy ride. It's never perfect. So we need to learn to live with imperfections. We need to learn to live with failure. So what is necessary is the resilience that you draw. It's like a well within you. You never know how much you can draw. When you emerge out of a crisis, at times you wonder, oh, how did I survive that? I thought I'm going to give up. But you do. Because we draw from that inner reservoir, of energy, of resilience. I think that needs to be, that inner reservoir should be always active. We may be annoyed, unhappy, failed in something, but don't give up. Keep at it, because that's very important. That's another value that would help. So I find these days we give up very easily. We are depressed easily. We are unhappy, and discontent seems to be looming large. I think this pandemic, as you rightly pointed out, has taught us many lessons. It has taught us to survive, and we are thankful that life is still with us, and our loved ones. So I think the art of being thankful, the gratitude is very important. Humility is so these are values that need to be, you don't have to learn only in childhood or in school. We constantly evolve this. So never forget anybody who has done you a good turn or helped you or held your hand even for a moment. That value system will take us a long, long way. And as far as Professor Hadivi was pointing out on micro learning, these days we talk about capsule programs. Quick learning, and how much can you get in a capsule form? So I think that also, gratitude is again a capsule form. It stays, it does well to us, to our system.
Yes,
I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Professor Sunaina. And the last question will go to Prof. Sonali. Prof. Sonali.
Hello, ma'am. I have a very simple question, a doubt also. If such financial constraints continue due to pandemic, is there any chance that students from ordinary family will be soon deprived from higher education to meet other challenges of life? Especially, my concern is about female students. Do you feel like me, or this is my irrelevant question? You can explain.
No, it's not at all irrelevant. It's a very good question. We are talking about minority, we are talking about gender, we are talking about the deprived sections of society who may not be able to. So this is a very relevant question. Given the financial constraints, I think it's very important that nations build support systems, which I think a lot of countries already have that in their education system. And I think even India is doing very well. We have so many measures where gender is concerned, deprived sections are concerned. So I'm not disheartened. The financial constraints we will have to deal with, given the economies not doing so well. It might be a challenge. But I don't think government is going to pull back some of the schemes. I think secondly, we also need to look at what are the fellowships available anywhere, So we need to be alert and be flexible in our choices. If I want something here and now and wherever I am in my comfort zone, may not be possible. We need to be flexible in our thinking, in our approach, look for fellowships, do well, prove your merit. I think the world is always there to help those who seek out. So seekers are never at loss, So I don't think we should be disheartened there.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sunaina, for the nice presentation and the encouraging answers. Thank you, very much.
I look forward to you sometime.
Now we will move to the last presentation in this debate, and it's a special topic about the university's role in qualifying graduates for the digital age. I will share the slides because I'll be the speaker, and Ivan already introduced me to the participants, so I'll go directly to the presentation once I go to the sharing of the slides. As I said, my presentation will be titled "The University's Role in Qualifying Graduates for the Digital Age." Usually, I don't start the presentation with the questions, but here I did on purpose because I have two questions in mind. Will our education system remain as it is after the pandemic and after the last experience? And the second one, is our education system losing relevance? I hope that I will highlight quickly those issues, even though it needs a lot of time and it needs maybe some training courses. But everybody knows that the world is changing very fast. And many jobs which exist today will be automated and run by artificial intelligence. There are some advantages. The artificial intelligence will lift the productivity, will improve the economic growth, but or at the same time, a lot of people, maybe millions of people, have either to switch their occupations or upgrade their skills. And there are a lot of statistics, studies, report explaining and talking about this issue. I will mention a few of them. According to McKinsey Global, almost half of all workplaces activities could be automated in the future. And when I say in the future, we are talking about 2030, which is 9 years from now. So it's not a very far away future. According to the World Economic Forum, the last one, 65 of the children entering the primary schools today will be employed in jobs that do not yet exist. That's why here in the UK, we are very alerted about this issue. And there are some reports says that UK universities are not even creating enough workers for the future. And you know, when we talk about UK, we talk about number one and one of the top educational and higher education system in the world. So you can imagine what about the developed countries? What about other parts of the world? According to Pearson report on employment, they predict that in 2030, we will need more skills. And we need the skills in judgment, decision-making, analysis, and evaluation of systems, and as an example. And they predict if our systems stay as is, we will have deficit in the UK, could be 600,000. And if we don't work fast, it might be more than 1.2 million workers in the what we call 21st century skills. So how can the educators prepare the skills for the job market, the future job market, and involve their graduates in the 21st century skills? Definitely, we will need a solid strategic planning, which involves the faculty, the staff, and the student. Now, some people will ask, what skills Dr. Rami Al-Hadivi is talking about? We're talking about the 3 main categories, and there are some subcategories. The 3 main categories, the learning skills, which we call the 4 C's, and it teaches the student about the mental process required to adapt and improve upon a modern work environment. And everybody knows how important this issue, according to the fast rhythm of changing in the new millennium. The second one is the literacy skills, which focuses on how a student can discern facts, publishing outlets, and the technology behind them. Because we are those days in a flood of information, and we have to teach our students where is the facts, where is the trustworthy publishing outlets, and what the technology behind such information. And the third one are the life skills, which take a look at the intangible elements of a student's everyday life. These intangibles focuses on both personal and professional qualities. And in total, it will be 12 skills, as you can see from the figure and from the table. The learning skills, the 4 C's, we are talking about the critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. And the literacy skills, the IMT, we're talking about information literacy, media literacy, and technology literacy. And the life skills, the flips, we're talking about flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity, social skills. The first category, the learning skills, are the minimum requirement for any educational system. And we consider it as the most popular one. Critical thinking teaches students how to find solutions to problems. And the creativity train them on how to think outside the box. And the collaboration teaches them how to work with others. And communication train them on how to communicate and to talk to others. And this is just a highlight because talking about each skill will take hours to explain it in details. But here, my role is just to highlight such important skills we need in the near future, because our graduates, they will not have the teachers with them in their life. So we have to teach them these skills, and he have to adapt with the changing environment, have to communicate, have to be creative, and lead the innovation. The second skills, the literacy skills, the information literacy. The students need to understanding the facts, the figures, the statistics, and the data. And the media literacy also, understanding the methods and outlets in which information is published. And the technology literacy, understanding the machines that makes the information age possible, and it will make the digital age easy. And everybody knows that during the pandemic, some people, they never heard about the Zoom, or maybe they heard about Zoom, for example, but they never use it. And nowadays, it's a very familiar application. People start talking about the Internet of Things, the artificial intelligence, the virtual reality, augmented reality, big data analysis, all these techniques and the technologies behind it. The last type of skills are the life skills, the flexibility, deviating from plans as needed, which is a real life issue we face in our practical life, maybe on daily basis. The leadership, everybody have to be leader from his position when he lead a group of people, and he have to motivate a team to accomplish a goal. Initiative starting a project, strategies, and the plans on one's own is very, very important. And maybe we find it by nature of just handful of people for reason or another. Productivity, maintaining efficiency in an age of complication and confusion is very, very important. And the social skill, meeting, networking with others for mutual benefit, marketing themselves is very, very important. As I said, this became a very, very important because we are not in the information age anymore. We are in the digital age and in the Industry 4, the fourth industrial revolution, which has been mentioned earlier by my colleagues. And also, in order not to be just theoretical, I wanted to show a very quick case study. We did a case study on Iraqi students, mainly in engineering and computer engineering and IT. And we compare them with the British engineering graduates to show the importance of such skills. And we need a criteria for that. So which criteria we used? We used criteria of VATAI, the Engineering Council here in UK. And VATAI model, as you can see, has a criterion to evaluate the graduates in 4 different domains. And there are some subdomains which will I not be able to explain in details because of the time limitation, but generally domain A deals with the knowledge and intellectual abilities, domain B with the personal effectiveness, domain C with research, organization and governance, and domain D with communication, influence, and impact. And by the way, this is an ongoing research between many universities here in UK with some sister universities in Iraq and with some students studying here from Iraq in the United Kingdom. And when we tested the students, the Iraqis are very good and better in domain A, because domain A relies on the knowledge and intellectual abilities. And because the system in Iraq, in Arabic countries, maybe in many other developing countries, focuses a lot on the knowledge and intellectual abilities and focuses a lot on the exam. The evaluation relies heavily on the exams, the quizzes, first exam, second exam, mid-exam, final exam, and so on. And it doesn't focus a lot on the skills, which is very, very required those days in the new millennium and in our new era. And the British students are much better in domain B, C, and D. The reason for that, generally speaking, is very obvious, because here we taught our students in the United Kingdom, since the schools, to be honest, not in the university, on the skills, a lot of skills. And in the university, we focus a lot on project-based learning. They have to do a lot of essays, a lot of small group discussion, role play, presentations, class participation, assignments and essays, portfolio, and so on. There are a lot of techniques which I do some training on it, rather than only focusing on the exams. The amazing things, when we trained those students, there are around 72 students here studying in UK, the Iraqi students, when we trained them on these skills, after 6 months of training, a lot of them, they became the top, and some of them outperform the British counterparts. That's why I'm focusing a lot on these skills. And people now in some part of the world is still talking about Industry 4 and the fourth industrial revolution. And some of them, they don't know that the expert said that we passed the middle of the fourth industrial revolution, and now experts and people who are interested in this subject are thinking about the Industry 4, which we call the personalization, how we will do a collaborative work between the robots and the human being, maybe in the working place, in the industry, in the service sector, and so on. So we need to work very fast, because the 21st century skills are very, very essential those days. That's why I didn't call it an conclusion. I call it a keys for the future. And all these skills double back on one key focus on someone's ability to interact and or adapt to change. And everybody knows that the world has entered an era where nothing is guaranteed, and always the industry is interrupted with the new ideas and methodologies. Also, the customer demand is accelerating and changing. Customers now looking for high level of quality and capabilities with low prices. The competition is very very high, and the job market will be changing completely within the next 10 years. So I urge the institution leaders and the academic institutions to change their curricula and involve the 21st century skills in order to support the graduates in the new job requirements and let them mastering these skills. And I will end with a quote which says that we have 20th century teachers educating 21st century student. We must improve the professional development, and we must focus on the CBD, continuous professional development of our academic staff. Thanks a lot for listening, and I'm glad to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, I can see Dr. Muhammad.
Okay, can I go on?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, Prof. Muhammad, go on.
Okay, thank you so much. I really given a very intriguing talk, really of where we are heading, and I really enjoy the parts where you say universities must get to review the curricula, and also the need for us to introduce the continuous professional development. Yeah. And I think the cornerstone of your talk really, which highlighted how the world is going to be driven by the Internet of Things and a role of artificial intelligence, is where I would like to share just a supplement, very brief one. Earlier, I talked about a big project that we are undertaking, in which we are really using what we call data science, but for using the principles of FAIR. And by FAIR, F-A-I-R, stands for findable data, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data. And all the things that are happening are going to actually base on this. And so we need to, we can't wish away the students and the graduates who have now outside in the market facing the 5th industrial revolution, as you said. We need to actually, institutions have got to put up collaborative efforts so that we see how we create centers of excellence to retool our graduates. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's why I advise the education leaders to change the curricula. Also, I advise the individual educators to do what they can to introduce such skills according to the regulations in their universities. And also, I urge the graduate themselves to look for these skills because we are in the globalization time and the world is becoming a small village those days. Thank you very much, Prof, for the nice thing. I will let Neha ask her question, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Neha, Dr. Neha, yeah.
So I have a question that, see, we talked about digitalization in this pandemic situation. So what do you prefer? If we are going back to normal, the older normal, that would be a preferable in this digitalization system, or moving ahead with this new normal would be more preferable?
Actually, personally, I prefer as a transition stage to apply the blended learning, because sometimes it will be very complicated for some universities to move immediately to the online learning, especially if they didn't have started before the pandemic. So as a transition period, I suggest the blended learning, but I don't agree that we will go back to normal and all our study will be face-to-face, because the world is changing. And as I said, we will limit our graduate and the student with their abilities and with the chances in the world market available, because I'm not thinking about a local or regional standard of markets. I'm thinking about the world standard of the marketing, and we have to improve our students' capabilities to be able to participate in this new era. Dr. Mohammed Dara. Are you with us, Dr. Mohammed Dara? Can you unmute yourself?
Thank you very much, Prof. Al-Hadithi, for the nice subject. I am asking, are these skills have to be university or starts from school?
This is very, very good question. Thank you a lot, Dr. Mohammed, for this question. Actually, if we're talking about UK and Europe and some countries who has introduced the e-learning many years ago, it shall be started from the school. Here in the United Kingdom, we suggest that it starts from the intermediate school, the secondary schools, not the primary school. We have to introduce such skills to our students as a basic information and initial information, and we focus a lot in the university on these skills. Thank you very much for the questions and for the participation. And now I will move to the end of our debate and summing up this distinguished debate. Please note that the debate participant will be published in the special edition of debate articles, the University of the Future. Also, I would like to welcome everybody to Oxford. Several online debate sessions were held during the pandemic. This format has proven to be effective, but we are pleased to announce that on December the 13th of this year, the next session of the University of the Future debate will take place at its traditional venue, the famous Council Chamber of Oxford Town Hall. So we are waiting for your suggestion on the formation of discussion topics and the meeting program. And I like to ask the participant to say a few words and wishes for our debate and our next debate, please. So hopefully we'll be waiting for you, and we will meet you in Oxford on the 13th of December of this year, 2021. Thanks for all the speakers and the participants, and thank you for your attention. Thanks, everybody. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you later. Bye-bye. Bye.